And we are live for the second time today. Decided to do this impromptu streams. I had some fun for about 4 hours early in the morning. And now that it's late afternoon, about to actually, it's already gone dark, so let's call it early evening. We can go for maybe another 4 hours. I don't know. For now, I'm going to stick around. I've invited Jared to show up again. Jared did a little stint early on while he was also painting, so we had a Bob Ross moment. And we also had Dave from Genome Presents. Greyman was here. Jay Fairclaw was here. And we had lots of people in the chat talking. Comic Crack was here. Gar Vidal. And Bub was here in Comic Mad Music. So a lot of the regular YouTubers that I usually watch took the time to come to the impromptu stream, and we could talk comics and other stuff, such as how is life, what happened to manual transmissions, and how easy is it to take a photograph nowadays. For the moment, I've put in the StreamYard link in the chat, so if you're watching and you have something to say, please come in. You're all welcome. This is an open stream, and we can all talk about our favorite comics here. I'll be showing a few more in a minute. I got a bunch of them out. I've already shown a few of them early on, and luckily I was able to save some of them for the remaining of the evening. As for guests, I'm expecting Jared to show up again. I feel he have time. Tim Howler-Mouse also said that he might show up. And like I said, if you're here, please press the link. I can welcome you in and we can have a talk. But first, let's show some comics. What do we have here? Let's have some French stuff. And I think we can start with Giant by Mikhail. This is the story of a man who was involved in the building of the great structures of New York in the early 20th century. It's a story that I still need to finish drawing, that I still finish reading, but I was very interested in seeing the perspective of somebody who was living in New York during the Depression era, even if fighting to survive, even as they were still having more megalomaniacal construction projects. Helping build the city that never sleeps. The art style here, as you can see, made to look older and almost as if it's in black, like it's a black and white movie, and showing the city sides of town and the impact of how easy it was to have an accident in construction at this time. This graphic novel was recently published in Portugal, although I had bought the French edition a few years ago, the 2 volumes. And I think I should try to buy more stuff by Mikhail. And see what else is going around. The first album. This is the second part. So 2 of 2. Nice way of marking this. I kind of like the way that faces are drawn here. As you can, let's see if this, hello again. Werewolf, have you not gone to bed? What time is it over there? Our main man is in Australia. But as I was saying, yeah, there's Mikhail did a good job with the faces. I feel that they're very expressive. The thing is, sometimes you're passing the through the pages and hoping for a little more color, and it's all got this sepia black and white tone that you have from old movies and photographs. But yeah, like I said, it is appropriate to the story, so you won't be getting any bright colors here. It is a hard life that this is portraying. So that's it for Mikhail. Actually, I should check. Yeah. Damn it, man! You should get a good night's sleep. You should not be here watching me. But I do appreciate it. And I have somebody here, and we have a guest. Hi, Terrence.
Hey, Paul, how's it going, man?
Hey, great. That's great, man. Glad you could come by.
Yeah.
Yeah, you run all your errands for today.
I sure did. I did.
Did you eat everything that was at the Tim Hortons?
I did. So the thing is, I won that gift card at 5-Pin Bowling, which is also a Canadian thing, apparently. Kind of started here in Canada, so it was an extra Canada lunch today. Yeah, we're doing a curry Christmas this year, so I went to pick up groceries for curry. I found some Bollywood Christmas music, and we're gonna do it that way this year. Hello, werewolf.
Awesome.
Second stream of the day, Paulo. Holy smokes.
Yeah. I decided I was gonna. You know what? I don't care. I'm gonna do everything today. And I had a day off today. I managed to grab 4 days in a row where I don't have to work. So let's do a stream, especially because we can't do our usual stream tomorrow, and I want to see if I can get people to show up.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's a great idea. A nice way to kick off the holidays. Yesterday was my last day of work, so today's the first official day off.
Cool.
It's kind of nice.
Yeah. It's nice that you're having a curry dinner. Here in Portugal, you try to do something different, and the rest of the family does not go for it.
Oh yeah, really?
Yeah, no, it has to be cod for Christmas Eve,
Right.
Christmas Eve dinner, and turkey for lunch and Christmas Day. Nothing else is allowed.
We moved away from turkey quite a few years ago because we have a very, very small family, like very small. My mom comes over, and then my wife's mom comes over. My dad's in a wheelchair, so he can't get in our place. So we go over there earlier to kind of celebrate with him, and then so it's just the two mums that come. So it's very tiny, and turkey was just too much. So we started doing like lamb or ham or something. But this year, because it's at our house and we cook, we made the decision. It's like, yeah, we're doing it. Curry all the way. Forget the traditional this year.
Yeah, I'd like to have some sushi.
I would love to. Maybe one year. Yeah, a sushi Christmas would be amazing. That would be amazing. Cheers.
So what have you been reading lately?
I picked up some stuff just recently. It's funny. It happened. The Kayfabe channel you guys were talking about earlier, talking about reading the transcripts and stuff. They just had an interview with this guy, R. Kiko Johnson. So this is apparently his first work. I guess it just got republished by Fantagraphics in a small hardcover, this Night Fisher. So I just picked this up yesterday. My comic guy had not ordered it in for me, but he had got it in. They had the interview on Kayfabe, and then he posts one of my comic shops right around the corner from the office. He posts every week just some stuff that he's got in, just to kind of, it started during COVID. He just started doing that because people were buying online and then doing curbside pickup. So he's continued with it, and it's actually really great just to turn you on to, hey, what's there? So he only had one copy in, so I figured I'd give it a shot. I saw some sample pages online. And it looked intriguing. So I'm on a graphic novel kick these days. So this one kind of fit that bill. I haven't dipped into it yet, though. I just picked it up yesterday. And then today I picked up my very, very, very minimal pull list. So I'm still reading Porcelain. So issue number 5 came out this week. Yeah, issue number 5. And I dig these kind of DC horror homage covers. So I've been picking those up because they're the same price. So, and that's a Blaze that puts those out, which I think you guys were talking about earlier today too with the Sumerian stuff. So,
yeah, it's a good idea that they're picking up other European stuff. Otherwise, you guys never get some of the good things we have over here.
It's true. They have. I placed an order for 2 more European. One was Earl Grey was talking about it in his video. The Geezers is what it's called. I guess there's a series. So Ablaze has put out the first 2 volumes. So I picked out volume number 1, and then one called I think it's called The Skin of a Man, I think is what the title is. So Ablaze seems to be kind of tapping that market of doing the European stuff. So I'm gonna this year I'll probably dip into their stuff a little more because my comic shop by the office, he can get in anything basically, and he's always willing, even if it's just me wanting with these books, he'll get in a copy for me, even if he just gets in the single copy, right? So which makes it great to try stuff out. So
yeah, the one I was just showing, Giant, would have been a good fit for Ablaze if it wasn't for the fact that Europe Comics already put out a digital version. So I don't know how the rights are in the North American market.
Did you show that earlier today?
Yeah, I was showing it just before you came in.
Okay.
Just before, yeah, I bought this 3 or 4 years ago. Giant. It's the story of a guy who helped build the
Trade Center.
Yeah, exactly. Set in 1932. Yeah.
Gore Vidal, I think Earl Grey was talking about that one too. Looked fantastic. There is an English version though, right?
Yeah, I know there's a digital one from Europe Comics. They have the but I'm not sure if you have it in paper. And I think this would work well for Ablaze because it's got a good style. I think this is very expressive for me. So yeah, I think this would work well. And this guy's got other comics around, and I need to be sure if I can pick up any new series that he's working on.
Right.
I don't even know his actual name. He just signs Mikhail, and BDTech doesn't have his name on his biography. So I don't.
Okay.
Yeah, there's one other thing that the French have historically. They've always had cartoonist names, going back to Hergé and Spirou's founder Rob Fell, and Mobius's mentor Gigi. They all one name, cartoon. It's like, I'm a cartoonist. This is what I do.
They're nom de plume or something, isn't that what? Yeah. No, that's amazing though. The other thing I grabbed today was the next issue of Catwoman Lonely City, the Cliff Chang written, drawn, I think colored as well too. Colored and lettered. Does he do he does every single thing. So I'm looking forward to this one. I really liked the first issue. It was pretty fun. I don't mind this oversized format. It's I've got a space on my shelf with all my Eclipse oversized stuff, so it fits nicely in there. But this first issue was really, really great. So I'm looking forward to seeing. And then my daughter's got one comic in my pull list, in my pull box there at Galaxy. So she's big into her My Little Pony. So I picked that up for her as well. Oh, and of course, Thirst for Vengeance with not the best cover designs, as Jared was talking about in his video. And I'm with him on that one. But it's a goddamn good book. Man, is it ever good. So yeah, minimal reading from me this week, but some stuff anyway. Yeah. What about you? Do you pick up? I guess you don't really pick up stuff on a weekly basis, do you? Or
no, I took the time to buy a lot of stuff. Spent about $100 in the Amadora Comic Con, and
right.
The one, that's the one where we have the art exhibits, not the one where. We actually have a Comic-Con branded event here, which is the max at best 10% comics.
Okay.
And 90% other stuff. I did the. Yeah, I was invited to do the Mike Grell panel, but we had to do it virtual. Because he couldn't come otherwise it'd be quarantine when he went back to the States. Right. But it was pretty interesting, and he still wants to come next year in person. So if that happens, I'm sure to get an invite to do another panel.
That's sweet. So you were moderating the panel?
Yeah.
Oh, that's amazing, Paulo. That's pretty great.
Mm-hmm. I recorded it, but
a lot, or
no, it just came up. If you remember, I did the Mike Carey interview a couple of years ago. Yeah, so if I have the chance, I'll do it. But the doing a panel, not usually the type of stuff. The last time I did the sort of thing was when my boss at Autosport thought he could make a TV channel, and we did a bunch of programs, and I did an interview show and a couple of commentaries.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, but nobody saw it because nobody subscribed.
Right. So it's very short-lived.
About 3 months of doing stuff.
Okay. Yep.
Yeah, but the thing, it was supposed to be a subscription TV channel, web TV channel. It was, and nobody subscribed. Not even. So yeah, we were kind of wasting money on that, and it was gone.
It's crazy the amount of subscription stuff that's out there. I mean, pardon me, excuse me. I get it, but I don't get it. Like it's really difficult. There's no like kind of classic cable package for these subscription services, so you're paying individually for all this stuff, which is a little is pretty damn pricey. Not everything can survive. It's amazing that some of it does survive, and some of it kind of keeps popping up.
Yeah, the plan was for us to go on cable, maybe with the second year. Right. We would probably be on channel number 160 or something like that.
Right. Yeah.
It's like this. If they're on channel 160, they made a mistake, or they're looking for the porn channels.
Yeah. Yeah, because up in those numbers, it's either adult content or radio. You're getting into the radio stations. Yeah, that's hilarious. Yeah.
So let me see what else I have here. Oh yeah, more European comics made by Argentinians.
Show them. Let's see.
Yeah, so here it is. L'Étoile Noire, The Dark Star by Ricardo Barrero and Juan Jimenez. So you can recognize that it looks like Metabarons.
That's a killer cover.
Yeah, I picked this up the year that Jimenez was supposed to come here, but he couldn't because he was sick. He actually died a year later, which was last year.
Yep.
And look at this! It's like a South American Akira.
Amazing! Wow.
It's like he colored this with with coloring pencils or crayons, but it looks so good.
Yep.
And the Argentinians have lots of stuff that just doesn't get. Even in Europe, they're kind of limited. There was that time when they had access via the Italian and Spanish markets, because the Spaniards had the Selecciones Ilustradas, who were creating most of the content for the Warren magazines.
Right.
And then there was the connection between Hugo Pratt and Hector Oesterheld, which a bunch of people to get published in the Italian magazines like Scorpio.
Yeah. Yeah, I bookmarked some Scorpio on eBay because there was some lots there for pretty cheap. So I've just kind of kept them bookmarked, and maybe someday I'll dip into them.
Look at this. This is pure heavy metal magazine.
Yeah, absolutely. 100%.
Yeah, this is amazing. I'm very glad I picked this up. There's one series by Jimenez that I don't have any comics of, which it's more of an aviation comic. It's called As de Pique, Ace of Spades, and I'd sure love to get a hand on that. But right now there aren't any newish issues available. I'm pretty sure that at least one album was published in Portuguese, but I probably have to go for Spanish language editions to have all of it.
Right. I always wonder, like, I know that probably classically when they publish stuff in English, like European graphic albums and stuff like that, when they do them kind of the comic size, I'm sure at one time that made sense. I'm always curious these days why they still think it makes sense. Like, I feel like the comic readership has kind of grown up to some degree in wanting to see things in their original format. It's strange that they would continue on that path, you know, because I mean, I see stuff like that and the graphic albums that I have, that oversized format, I absolutely love it. And like Titan did the what's his name, Druillet stuff, you know, in the kind of album size, right? And I'm just surprised, like with the Sumerian stuff and stuff that gets published here, that they just still decide to shrink it down to. I mean, there's still nobody buying this shit anyway, so you may as well pump in a couple other extra bucks, maybe cut the print run a little bit and make it kind of a nice presentable size. You may actually get more people buying it, you know, because you can absorb it a little better.
Yeah, and I'm not even sure if the French publishers have expectations on how much the Americans are supposed to sell, because these have to be on Amazon or in bookstores to see if they can get other different type of customers. You know what the direct market is. First superheroes, then we'll see.
Yeah. Yeah, no, and that's a good point too. Like that idea of that kind of stuff is going in a different market, because I don't see a lot of that stuff in the shops here. You know, as many shops as we do have, very fortunate in that regard. It's still like 75% superhero. You know what I mean? Like the independent stuff has gotten a lot bigger and things like this. And you know, like the Ablaze, there's some of the indie publishers that are very small. Like I was saying to Jared, I think in a comment at one point, the Bad Idea stuff, I've never seen any of that in any of the shops here. You know, nobody's even taken a shot of that stuff here. But some of the other ones, like the Ablaze, you can see a lot more. There's quite a bit of it. The Titan, that sort of thing, right? So,
but I sometimes look at some of the channels doing. Let's find out what's new in Marvel and DC, and I know that it pulls you in, and it wasn't until I had the opportunity to win myself out of continuing to buy Marvel out of habit, that I finally was free to try out some of the other stuff. I tried out other things, but they were with the money that I had left. And so the first things that I went for when I was looking at the previous catalog, okay, let's see what Marvel and DC have, and then I only have one trade paperback from Marvel and DC combined, so I can get two of the others this time.
That's funny. I remember getting that previews, and I remember always starting at the back because I wanted to see what else was there. Like once you got through the toys, because I think toys and things were right at the back, if I remember correctly. But then once you got kind of past that, you got to the small indie publishers, and Fantagraphics had its own section, and I think Drawn and Quarterly too, right? As small as they were, but I always remember starting from the back.
Yeah, sometimes we'd see things and say, "This looks interesting." Of course, they would never be available in the store. I would always have to pre-order them. And,
yeah, exactly.
And that's how I ended up buying things like One Model Nation or Tales of Captain Clockwork, and stuff like that that usually they would pass me by, or like this one I showed earlier on the other stream, the one with Captain Swing. This is by Warren Ellis. It's from Avatar. Yeah, but even Avatar, even Avatar has a hard time getting to be talked about. So normally,
it's true. Yeah, and that's really difficult, right? Like, and here, you know, I had an idea a little while ago that, hey, I would bring in some kind of indie books and kind of very, very small press books. So when I was making orders for myself, I would just kind of add a couple of issues to orders, just to see if I could sell them here. And it's just the interest is nobody's interested. You know, there was one or two guys that bought some things, you know, just being adventurous and kind of supportive and stuff. But in general, it's just, man, it's a hard sell for anything that's not kind of the big two or the big three, I guess, you know, like even Image. But honestly, it's just the Marvel and DC stuff. So it makes it really tough, which is why I'm kind of envious of guys like Damien sometimes, you know, being in Portland, where he's got shops that they just deal in kind of the strange and the very micro publishers and independent and self-published even, right? Having that option is fantastic. There's no way somebody like that would survive here. There's just no way in hell.
Right, exactly. And but, you know, even the French have a hard time getting themselves noticed, because a couple of years ago I found somebody showed me a link to a place that did a market report on the French market, and they had everything from all the market reports from 2000 to 2015. They haven't updated that website for quite a while, so they're still stuck on 2015. But the thing, they put out a new Asterix. It sells 2.5 million copies in the first year in France.
Wow.
And the second best-selling comic might be something like Persepolis, because it was a champion in reviews. All the critics loved it, and that one sells 100,000.
Yeah.
And then everything else sells 30. The next 50 graphic novels sell about 30,000 that year, because the market is oversaturated in France. The average is 100 new albums per week.
Wow.
Yeah, even for France, where everybody buys comics, it is too much.
That's insane. Yeah.
And we got Jared. Hey
there.
Hello, Jared. How's it going, man?
I'm doing all right. This might be the first time I'm talking to Comic Crack ever.
I think so. Yeah, I think first time face to
besides in
face.
the comments and such.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
We got Varangian Vigilante here. How's it going, Torsten?
So that's crazy. 100 new albums a week. That's insane.
Yeah. It's ridiculous. Of course, and a lot of them try to make it in between October and December, so they can have the added bonus of being available during Christmas time. But they do sell comic albums in supermarkets in France, mostly because they come with Asterix.
Right.
So the publishers know that first put Asterix and then put everything around it. But still, if 100 new graphic novels come out that week, they're not going to put those 100 in the same supermarket. So it's very much luck of the draw, and see if it has mainstream appeal. But
so they use Asterix like they use Archie over here, then. Archie, at least here anyway. You can still get Archie in the grocery stores here.
That's because Archie pays for that.
Yeah, they do.
Archie pays for placement in the grocery stores.
Right.
Yeah, but that also happens in France. Media Participation, they are guaranteed a spot because of Asterix, and everything goes around it. But the Asterix is mainstream. It's not a mainstream comic entertainment. It's mainstream entertainment. It's like watching TV, going to the circus, going to a play, buying Asterix. Buying other comics is not the same thing. So even if they sell well, and there are people who will buy comics, even if they only buy one album per year, probably something that they saw in the critique, like I said, but it's not the same as thinking, I buy comics because of my Asterix. No. It's like the closest maybe would be Harry Potter is something that normal people buy, and then there's the other books.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Asterix and Lucky Luke. Yeah, the things that you'll find it easier in mainstream places. It's Asterix, it's Lucky Luke, It's still Tintin, even though there hasn't been a new album since 1983 because Hergé didn't let anyone create new albums. Maybe the things created by Jean Van Am. Then there's Titeuf. Titeuf also gets a spot in mainstream markets. And then there's a couple of perennials like Persepolis. And then the rest are the new stuff that comes attached to the big sellers.
And that's the thing from growing up. Asterix, Lucky Luke, Tintin, those were the ones that even in the school library, you know, in elementary school, I remember that was my really early exposure, especially Lucky Luke. I remember in abundance in our schools growing up. So the other ones too, but it felt like there was even more Lucky Luke than Asterix and Tintin.
Yeah, we had in my middle school, we had Asterix, Tintin, two other series created by Hergé who are not very well known.
Okay.
And no, one was created by Hergé, and another was in the style of Hergé. The original title is the Les Carreras, the Four Aces.
Okay. Yeah.
Mortadelo and Filemon. Yeah. Mortadelo and Filemon is it's the only Spanish comic that people in Spain will see in supermarkets.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, there was a movie once. And yeah, it's the thing about. Oops, there goes another one.
Yeah, always one.
Yeah, the Mortadelo Filemon is like one of the characters kind of knows that is in a comic because he can turn to other stuff. So not one of my favorites, but
you know what I actually did this week? I on my web comic and blog, even before I was doing YouTube, on Saturdays I post, "Hey Tim,
What's up, guys?"
I post what comics I bought this week. So I have, a record going back about 15 years about what comics I bought this week.
Yeah.
Somehow it didn't strike me till this week that I could easily count how many comics I bought this year. All I had to do was cut and paste this year's weekly 52, what I got, and then just see what the number added up to. And I was like, I don't know, well, how come I've never done that before? It was just strange that, I was like, so I actually counting this week's 8, I bought 368 comics this year.
This year, wow.
That's my total comic buying purchase. All new ones too. No back issues, and I was seeing, and then I broke it down into I was looking at how many issues of what series I bought this year. And the series I got the most issues of, I think, was Spawn, because it comes out the most often. That actually comes out monthly. And then I started buying it this year for the first time. So I got I got 11 issues of Spawn this year. But everything else is like the most I've gotten in the year was 10. If I got 10 issues of a series in a year, that was big. That was a lot. Usagi Yojimbo, of course, had two different, the reprint series and the regular series. Right. It was over 10 with the two of them combined. Well, there were a couple other series that got out 10 issues. And I was like, wow, that's a lot for an indie comic to get out. Yeah.
Are you purely a new comic, or do you also buy back issues through the year?
I am purely a new comic buyer. I haven't. It's just that all my new comics turn into old comics over the years. Now I have bought back issues over the years, but not really many. I have. It's like I've. I can remember, sometimes I'd go in the comic shop in the 90s if they're having a sale and pick up some old Captain America. I got a bunch of old Captain Americas that I bought in the 90s. There were 70s Captain Americas. And in the early 2000s, when mycomicshop.com opened, I filled in a lot of gaps of sort of the indie stuff that you couldn't find anywhere, that I missed an issue of here or there over the years. But other than that, No, all the back issues I've bought over the years have been in collected form.
Okay, yeah,
Yeah, it's just easier that way, kind of.
right.
So I bought 368 new comics this year.
Poof, wow.
But
I'm
a
actually,
handful of them were facsimile editions. So what was that?
Right, right.
I'm actually on gmart.com looking at my pre-orders from February to December. You got me wondering how many new books I got
Yeah.
this year.
I don't know why. It's actually like because I post every week on my webcomic blog. And I've been doing it since like 2006. It was so easy for me to do. I don't know why I never thought of it before. I'm like, oh, I
Right.
wonder how many comics I got this year. That was it. And one book I got from my comic shop was the Barry Windsor Smith Monsters.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
Because usually I get the collected editions for Christmas or my birthday from my Amazon wish list.
Yeah.
Speaking of Amazon, if you're into digital comics, they have a whole bunch of the Masterworks on sale for $2. Right now.
Oof.
The digital versions.
Yeah, yeah.
So apparently I got 22 new books through Gmart for the whole year. I could share the screen, but I wanted to like raise it up between 25 and 30 because I'm sure I walked into a shop and got like Batman 89 number 3 or something that I might have missed or something. But when it comes to back issues,
You bought plenty of back issues.
Yeah, I would say, I would say I'm definitely like in the hundreds somewhere.
Yeah.
Low, it just amazes me. You buy enough new books to fill a long box per year.
Oh yeah.
Mhm.
360 is a fair amount of books.
And you're a reader. I mean,
Yeah, it
you
is.
read your books.
Yeah,
That's the difference.
Twice.
Yeah,
I read all my books twice before I file them away.
yeah.
Hmm.
That's the difference. So
Yeah.
So, oh man, 22 books, and one of the books is your fault. So I still hold a grudge on that crossover, man. You probably steered me towards like something like 5 or 6 books over the years, and I'm like holding on to this one where I'm like,
No.
you owe me $10, brother.
Not even one of the ones I really recommended.
Yeah, that's true because you've never really spoken super highly of it. It's just
No, like,
I remember from your
to
videos
me,
that
it's
it's just been okay.
It's been a B. It's a B, which is fine with
Yep.
me. You got to have some B books on your pull list.
Absolutely.
They can't all be A plus. That's just the way life is. Which it's funny but those are always the ones I'm contemplating. Like those are the ones that I think there was a couple. Newburn was one I bought recently, and I think this week I got the second issue of Impossible Jones, and both of those are B books to me. And it's kind of like, do I have enough? I think I have enough B books on my pull list right now. So it's like hard for them to get an A book can get on the pull list, but like a B book, do I really want to put so I miss out on some decent books sometimes because there's just not enough room on the pull list for all the B books out there.
The Strange Death of Alex Raymond that I got early through the comic book shop. Turns out they weren't supposed to sell it to me. It has some pages that didn't make it through the printer or something, right? So I've got it. I saw the pages. I just thought he was being artistic. They work. Seriously. So they're replacing it for free. They've already replaced it. So
that's like I just saw someone post the original issues of Bernie Wrightson The Cult, Batman The Cult. I can remember reading that back when it first came out. I was in college. And issue 3 had pages out of order.
Okay.
No one noticed. No one commented. Like my other friends who read it were like, there were pages out of order? I'm like, yes. It was during like some Batmobile chase scene. And I remember reading it going, what the hell's going on? I'm like, oh, there's pages out of order. And it's like everybody no one ever mentions that issue 3 has paid. I wonder how many people have actually noticed over the years.
I need to look at mine because I had it when it came out, probably about 3 or 4 months after it came out. I was able to actually go to the comic book shop and get 3 of the 4 issues. and I keep giving it away because I don't like Bernie when he's in the light and it's dark and it's Bernie and Batman. Like there's a lot of daylight in there, and
Yeah.
I remember that they finally made it to the sewers and we had some Bernie rats running around and stuff. I'm like, finally. So the only book I can think of that has pages out of order that I was trying to show people, like what you're talking about, was a trade of Future Imperfect. I went ahead and got a trade so I didn't have to pull out my 2 books. And it kills me because it's the pages that were out of order was the debut of the Maestro. You turn a page, it's the full page splash of the Maestro. Then the next 2 pages are somebody coming up out of, you know what I mean? You're like, wait, somebody else is coming? What? Wait.
I'll have to look at it. I think I might have. I don't know if I have a trade of that or that volume that had both issues in it.
Yeah. Well,
That
that's
wasn't really
I
a
call that the
trade.
trade. I call that the trade.
Okay,
I mean,
I'll have to look. I don't remember that where I could have had a later printing of it, because I don't know if I got that new.
yeah, I found so many Future Imperfects for nothing in back issue bins. I was selling that left and right, and I do wish I just kept the originals I bought. I was just like, yeah, you want it? It's my friend. So I was like, oh, you're going to love it. You know, I wanted to share the wealth there. You know, so.
For that strange death of Alex Raymond there, Tim, do you watch his YouTube channel, the Living the Line channel?
When I can. And I'll be honest with you, he's not very interesting, and I feel like he's got a crew that does most of the work for him.
Right.
So he'll be talking about things that have like already happened sometimes.
Yeah.
And
is that Dave Sims' channel?
Yeah. And
the Carson Grubaugh, I think is his name.
I thought you were talking about Dave Sims' channel.
Oh yeah, no, the Carson. So sorry, I should have been more clear about that. The guy that kind of helped him out and did kind of. He's got Living the Line is the channel, and it's pretty interesting. Like it is still hit and miss, but they also do things where they'll print out a piece of art and they'll ink it live, or like they'll film it live and ink it and just talk about the different styles and different tools, using a razor blade for certain stuff versus using a brush or a pen and stuff. It's pretty interesting. And then they do reviews of books as well too.
Okay, I'm adding it now, so because I will forget.
It's worth checking out for sure. They did a good video on monsters as well, which you were speaking about earlier there, Jared. They did a really nice kind of review where they talk about monsters and kind of same thing, go through kind of page by page, and it just makes it more apparent that book made its impression over this year, I think.
Okay. Well, the first video I'm seeing come up is straight to ink time lapse, Ming the Merciless. So I'm in. Yeah.
Yeah.
You see that I'll just.
I've been watching the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel with them reading the transcripts from Neil Gaiman's deposition. That's been fascinating.
Puts Lenny Bruce to shame there, reading those transcripts.
That's just great stuff.
I wish I could get into those guys. I really do. I watch them and I'm like, this is the comic community in 2014.
There's a thing there. Yeah, here you are watching them do a reading of a lawyer talking to Neil Gaiman about how the hell do you create something called medieval spawn?
Yeah.
Right.
What does medieval spawn mean? And they're talking in a courtroom.
What are you trying to say with this? You know,
trying to explain to him the difference between a one-shot, a trade paperback, a special, a crossover.
See, I remember John Fogerty getting sued by his own record company for 2 songs, one from a solo album, one from Creedence. And all they did was just show a real quick clip of him looking at a jury now. And he's showing how 2 songs are played differently in explaining chord progressions, and they, and of songs he wrote. Now, how do you do that with comics? Okay, that's my whole point. That's my whole point.
Right.
Like what Paolo was saying.
Yeah, he has to explain. Okay, I created medieval spawn, but medieval spawn is a derivative of spawn, which I did not create. That can be confusing to normal people.
The whole Cagliostro thing, where his name got changed because of a letterer's error. Oh man, that was because which is it? It's because Neil Gaiman named, I can't remember if it's Cagliostro or Cagliostro. He named them after some 17th century somebody who was
Nicola de Cagliostro, and they named him Cagliostro.
because the letterer made a mistake and put an A in there.
Well, that's what
Oh,
happened with
man.
Cerebus. There was a mistake about Cerberus. Now, here's the thing. There is a Jeopardy clip from the last 2 or 3 years where a guy got a Jeopardy question wrong because the answer was Cerberus. Cerberus. Thank you. See, I'm doing it also.
Right.
And the guy got all excited and went, "Who was Cerebus?" And I was, and I'm like, he lost it because he named the Dave Sim character, not the mythic dog there.
Yeah, Cerberus is the 3-headed dog that guards the gate of hell.
I saw the clip and I was like, this really happened? Oh no. He lost a lot of money. It was like a daily double.
And Dave Sim thought he was naming Cerebus after that dog, but he messed it up.
Yeah, he might have made I think that Dave Sim might have confused. I mean, he probably had been mixing up Cerberus with Erebus.
Yeah, who knows? All I know is he got Cerebus out of it.
Well, I mean, he did a lot of drugs and was what was he in? It had a little mental health issue he didn't know. I mean, it was the 70s. I mean, I'll totally throw in the hippies without the love of the 70s.
I actually bought a DC comic this week.
Holy smokes! Get out of here!
I can't tell you the last time I bought a DC comic.
And it's Nightwing. Interesting.
And I bought it because of the art. I saw this on Twitter.
Oh,
Every
nice.
page is a double-page spread.
Come on.
With multiple figures running through it.
I hate to be this guy, but I swear, well, not a whole issue, but that looks so familiar.
Well, this has been done in comics, but not a whole issue.
Not a whole issue.
The multiple figure thing is a Flash thing. You know, that always happens.
Yeah, it looks like David Aja's layout for Hawkeye.
Right.
Man, I'm glad somebody's being innovative. That's what they need.
Who's the artist? The artist is
pretty good, man.
Bruno Redondo.
I'm just impressed that somebody got innovative and played around with some storytelling. Yeah, that's fantastic.
It read real well. The only thing about it is, you've heard me say before that they say Batman has no superpower, but he really does. His superpower is, and it applies to the whole Batman family. You know, guns can't hurt them, kind of thing. Like, because they ran through this whole issue. There was, and Batgirl was in it too. And in any given page, there was like a half dozen guys with guns shooting at them. And it's like, no one can hit them, but they can hit the guys with like a batarang they throw. And it's like, that's the rule of Batman. Guns are of no consequence.
We had a conversation, but it wasn't for a tit for tat for the same thing. I think it was you. I don't think a word on it, but I watched the animated, Batman: The Dark Knight Returns, and I think that's the one where there's a scene on the roof with a helicopter and some guys jumping out with guns, and there's a lot of smoke, and it was ridiculous because Batman was actually running to the left, dodging all the machine gun bullets. So when you see, it's one thing to see it in a comic book, it's another thing to see it animated and just shake your head like, oh my god. But I think Batman does have a superpower, and it always killed me when people called Superman the ultimate Boy Scout, because Batman is the one who is always prepared no matter what it is with that belt. That's his superpower. He's always prepared, for whatever it is. Sharks, I have the spray,
That guns can't hurt Batman and the Bat family was in full effect in this issue, because like I said, it's like, oh, come on. That's one of the things that keeps me away from it. It's like, just leave the guns out of it.
But that reminds me of an issue of Greg Rucka's Queen and Country, where one of the agents is being shot at by one of the enemy agents, and the first person narration says, if somebody's shooting at you, run towards them because they'll start shooting wildly. And I was like, are you sure?
The military actually teaches you, and the guy came to me that was teaching the class like I would know because I was like 22. But he said, if you're in an ambush, where do you go? And he had like a piece of chalk, and I don't know what the hell he was circling, like on the board. And he was like, Mullins, what do you do if you're getting ambushed like that? And that was the answer, Paolo. You're supposed to run straight towards them at an ambush. I'd be like, that was not
There's
flying.
also that old saying, charge a gun, run from a knife. But what they mean is if the person's close to you. If the person's 50 feet away shooting at you with a rifle, don't charge them. Take cover. But if the person is trying to shoot you from 4 feet away, running away won't help because a gun is a distance weapon and they'll shoot you before you get away. Meanwhile, a knife, don't charge someone with a knife, run away from them because it's not a distance weapon.
I can't believe I can't believe this. Okay, as somebody, and nobody take my advice here. Okay, nobody take my advice.
I'm just telling you the old
here, right?
saying. I don't.
But
as somebody who's actually to charge a gun, because
as somebody who was actually stabbed by a girl when they were 17. First of all, you could freak them out. I also taught like a MANT, something called MANT. That was a way to restrain clients and stuff. Okay, I mean for 9 years. And there's a psychological edge you can have where you can look at somebody and be like, stop, let go. And they'll actually freak out. Well, when the girl stabbed me, I learned this because I was like in disbelief that there was a knife sticking out of my arm. And where I went, let go of that. She actually let go of the knife and the knife was in me. Okay. Oh. So it's not so much if you happen to get stabbed, go ahead and yell at them like, let go, stop. And maybe you can take the
may as well
out, and defend yourself that way,
One of my oh god, I can't remember who sings the song. It's from the late 90s.
JT and the Boys?
No, it's about what to do when someone pulls a gun out on you. And the line goes, how does it go? You act real funny, stick your finger in the barrel like Bugs Bunny and pray to God there's not a bullet in the place.
I bet that's by the same band that sings the lap dance is always more fun when the stripper's crying. I'm just
that Nightwing issue is worth picking up if you want to see a little bit of different storytelling and artwork stuff. I enjoyed it.
Yeah, it does look good. There was
$1, you can get the cardstock cover.
Oh, nice. Yeah. There was an issue when I was reading Crossfire from Eclipse there was an issue there where they did a similar thing just once though, just the one time where he was going through the building and basically that was taking you across the page. So I might actually pick up a Nightwing comic. I've
seen it like on a page, or I've seen it before, but not in a whole comic.
Exactly. Yeah.
The whole comic that way.
I'm going to have to break down and get the Scott McCloud book about explaining comics, because apparently I'm not retaining this, but there's an actual term for when you keep the same background, like on your 2-page spreads, and you have the character move through it. You'll have multiple images of the character. There's an actual term for what that technique is in a comic.
All right.
And these are the things that keep me up at night when I can't remember them, So
it's in Understanding Comics by Scott.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to break down and get it, because whenever I flipped through it, I was sort of like, "Oh my God, my stepdad was right. Oh my God, the Robbie was right." I can remember people telling me things, what they're called, like the gutter and all this stuff.
Right.
And, I kind of thought the stepdad was full of crap, and then I flipped through that Understanding Comics, and I'm like, "Oh my God."
That's why you'll find people who grit their teeth whenever someone says word bubble.
Yeah.
It's word balloon.
Word balloon.
Thought balloon. People.
Thought bubble. Word balloon.
No, it's thought balloon.
Are you serious?
It's always balloons.
It's always balloons. That was there is that con in England called Thought Bubble. Thought Bubble, but that's not what it is.
Well,
and you'll find lots of pros who grit their teeth when they hear bubble. What are the?
I'm trying not to be over dramatic here and be like my whole life's a lie, but I've always thought it's been word balloon, thought bubble, because it's
No.
Yeah.
Word balloon and thought balloon.
We'll have to let this one go. So
yeah, you and me both. I'm having the same thoughts there, Tim. Living a lie my whole life.
Oh, since the late 70s. So I'll tell you what book I wished I never, I don't know. I know what happened to it. My stepdad in 91 couldn't pay rent for a place. So he left the place and left all the furniture and anything that was left over in there as payment for rent. Well, some of my shit was in there. And one of the things was the John Buscema Stan Lee How to Draw Comics. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah. Now that's a masterpiece of a book, and I've ran across a few that I could buy, but they're not the same. The binding's different, the paper's different. It's not that one I got like in the early 80s. You know?
Yeah, when I was a kid, I loaned that to someone in school and never got it back. Oh well.
But I'm thinking
I was having a
there
flip
with
through there,
Blue.
Tim, but I couldn't see anything
There
as
we
you
go.
were mentioning it. So yeah, I can't find anything.
He has another one on how to make your own comic.
Right, there's 2 volumes of that.
Okay. I saw the last page of one, and he's like, "Well, go for it. Here's your challenge or something." And when you turn the page, it's a blank page. He's like, "Fill the page." There you go. Go for it.
The last thing he did, Scott McCloud, the sculptor, was good.
Okay. Now he did Zot.
Yeah, Zot.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
Which
Okay.
is a
So,
really good comic.
the sculptor
the
was good.
black
You're
and
saying
white.
because I've thought about picking it up, but I haven't picked it up.
Oh, it's good stuff. I was buying that
Yeah, eh?
off the shelf. And I think maybe the first 10 or so issues he doesn't consider particularly good. They are. But he really didn't settle down on the concept for like a 10 issues or so. And then it went from color to black and white, I think it is. And the black and white issues are really good. Just very well drawn, well designed, good story. How to Draw Comics signed by Stan outside Forbidden Planet in London in the mid-'80s. Cool.
Good one, Werewolf. Yeah, Werewolf didn't
got a
sleep.
lot of-
Werewolf didn't sleep. He was there. He was there in my previous stream.
Right.
And then I went out, and then I went to dinner, and then I come back and start a new one, and he's here.
He's still up. Yeah. I have a bunch of Zot, but I've never dipped into it very much. You know what I mean? So apparently he was trying a whole bunch of stuff in that series.
Like I said, the color stuff, I mean, I was buying it. I liked it. But
Right.
it really, you know what it was? I think it, I haven't read it in so long. I think the story, Zot was kind of from his own world.
Mm.
And he came over into our world to have sort of adventures because he was really sort of this innocent Silver Age adventure type guy. And I think Jenny was the name of his girlfriend in our world. But I think at some point, Jenny moved to his world. And that's where it kind of really took off. So we got more about Zot's world than our own. Mm-hmm.
So let's show one of my comics that I pulled out, and it's something that I bought almost 5 years ago, and it's one of those things that I order, I forget I order, and when I get it, I'm surprised. And it's the W. Maxwell Prince's 1 Week in the Library. Yeah, I think the W. Maxwell Prince is now becoming a hot commodity or something. So this is the second time this happened to me. I bought One Model Nation before Jim Rugg became a thing, and I bought this before W. Maxwell Prince became a thing.
Is he the ice cream man guy? Is that what he
Yeah.
does? Okay, that's why I know.
Yeah, and so you kind of do see a little bit of it. The art is by a guy called John Amor, and so it's mostly light, very few blacks, and a week to the library. Nothing's really happening. This is all imagination, but it's an interesting concept because. It's not surrealist because it's not surrealism but you're kind of in a fantasy setting with one foot stuck in the real world. That's how I'd best describe it. I mean, the guy's eating the porridge and there's a bear here.
Because why wouldn't there be? You know,
Of course. I mean, that's why you go to the library. It's it's for the imagination. It triggers your imagination.
See, this is what I like about YouTube and be able to be exposed to other cultures and areas. The bear just popping up in my area. That's not. Yeah.
Yeah, but
bears pop up all the time.
I go to take out the trash. There's a bear already there waiting. I'm, like, what you got, man?
Yeah, but look at the sequence here. Like they're having a meeting, and it's colorless, black and white. And then he starts imagining the one of the guys is the fawn from Narnia, and now it's in color. So the like the meeting here, it's all the characters from Alice in Wonderland. So when he starts thinking about the fantasy is more real, more complete than going back to the normal world. So he finds the cat pill.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
What was that, Fonz? Mr. Tumnus. Yeah. We're going to have to get on the ball and find out what storyline, issue of Hate, year, anything of Peter Bag's Hate, where it deals with that suicide story we touched on months ago.
Oh, because, the Stinky?
Yeah, because
poor old
basically
Stinky,
yeah, Peter Bag's Hate apparently has several omnibus, whatever,
right?
And you can find them at like used bookstores and you can find them used online everywhere, starting at $15. But the problem is that some of the volumes are like from 85 to 80. They name them by year. They don't tell you what happens in them.
Mm-hmm. I have all the issues, but I wanted to get that the hardcover and slipcase edition that came out last year.
That and the neat stuff.
And I got the neat stuff one I got, and the neat stuff one was dirt cheap.
Yeah, the neat stuff is from 85 to 89. And and now that you said that slipcase came out, that's probably why there's a big flood that I found.
Because the omnibus they have is kind of undersized of Hate. And this slipcase one is oversized. The problem being, I think they've been having trouble keeping it in print lately. Because I've been watching it on Amazon looking to get it. And I was going to get it in at the end of the summer, but then I had to buy a new phone and I had just bought a computer, so I didn't. And it was $85 then. I think the list price is $130. I was going to get it for $85, but poof, my money disappeared. I had to get a new phone because mine was no longer going to be on the network. So I was like, oh, well, I'll get it next month then or something.
I think my problem with an $85 price, and this isn't a slam, but for $85 you can get other masterworks out there of comics.
Exactly. That's why I never got it. I was always thinking about it, and because I have the issues, and the $85 is expensive, so I never quite pulled the trigger. And then the phone, but then it went. I don't want to say it went out of print, but they're having trouble keeping, I think because of the paper shortage, they're having trouble keeping it in print.
Yeah.
It's gone up to either full list price or higher.
Oh, wait a minute. Here it is.
Yeah. I like it. It hasn't been, there we go.
I mean, is that $85 artwork?
Man.
And it's not a slam on him, but I'm being realistic here. I mean,
it is. Hate, to me, Hate is the great American novel of the end of the 20th century. It's that good.
Abso-fucking-lutely.
If you've read
it's
Hate
phenomenal.
From the beginning to the end, where Buddy buys a dump, it is the great American novel.
It's so good.
One of my, I saw, that's not my quote. I forget who it was. Somebody I know on Facebook wrote that. I don't know, 10 years. Like the great American novel of the late 20th century has been written, and it's called Hate by Peter Bag.
Especially growing up reading it, like at that time we were coming out of the suburbs and going and finding the comic shops and the record stores downtown. Yeah. And it was Hate and 8-Ball that were the ones that I was routinely, like, as soon as a new issue came out, I was getting it. Especially Hate, it was so of that time. And as I was growing up and reading it and stuff, it's just phenomenal. Someone behind me.
Yeah, man. So when you were buying Hate, are we talking like late 80s, 90s? I mean,
The
Late 80s,
90s, yeah.
I bought it all. But even the later stuff, even where is the one that ended it? Somewhere back there. It's called Buddy Buys a Dump.
Right.
And as
It was in the annuals.
that's all the stuff from the Hate annuals.
Right.
And that's all the stuff that Peter Bagg calls hate when it wasn't cool anymore.
Because you couldn't find those damn annuals anywhere, like at least up here. They were so tough to find. They were so sporadic.
They were sporadic. I stopped trying to find them, especially since I just didn't until I just waited and waited and waited until Buddy Gets a Dump is out and bought that.
Right.
Because also those Hate annuals, like big and thick, and you got like 6 pages of hate.
Yeah, man.
And a bunch of other crap you didn't want.
Yeah.
But anyway, what it is in the early issues of Hate, so much captured the zeitgeist of the time.
Totally.
Yeah. Okay.
He was like the official. That was like the official comic of grunge rock.
Yep.
But eventually, Buddy grew up and left that time and left that era and moved back to New Jersey and tried to be he tried his best to be a good father and husband and wife, a good husband to his wife. There we go. Buddy Does New Jersey. There's the New Jersey, and those are like the uncool years that but it was just as good as the other stuff. It was just different.
Hell yeah, man. Yeah.
And then in the last one, Buddy Buys a Dump. He once again was just trying to get, but he's an adult now. He's a grown up trying to get by, and he's like trying to figure out how he ended up here. And how his life went, and the Stinky thing actually comes back to haunt him at the end too, because he ended up just burying Stinky's body because he didn't know what to do. And then at the end, there was something with it was either the dump, because I think he literally bought a dump.
And he got a patch on his eye and sailor's hat
and he became Mr. Suburban guy who he never thought he would be. And you know what it reminds me of most in the literary world is John Updike's Rabbit Run. Have you ever read those?
I know of it, but no, never. I probably know of it because you probably mentioned it before. This sounds familiar.
Right. Yeah. It was like a big book in the 60s. We had to read it in school in the early 80s. And the story, the original, there was actually 3 books. Rabbit Run came out in the early 60s, like Rabbit Redo came out in the early 70s, and Rabbit is Rich came out in the early 80s. So, and it was the story of one man's life. And the thing was, like if you read the original book, Rabbit Run, and it was, like I said, it was one of those classic books. I haven't read it in years, but I always liked it. It was about a guy who peaked early. He was a high school basketball star, but the book takes place after high school. And he's just aimless and has nothing. He doesn't know what to do with his life. And he also married young and had a family, but he really wasn't into his wife. And it was throughout the books was also parallel to his wife. His wife peaked later than him. She became more successful in life over the 3 decades of the 3 books. And he just kind of meandered and had no idea. But he was always wondering kind of what's he supposed to do? What happened here? He has no idea what he's supposed to do in life. And then he had a spoiler to give away the ending of the 3rd book. He dies at the end of the 3rd book. It's his end of his. But it's a real brilliant look about just somebody's life.
Right on.
And somebody who wasn't special. Except when he was 18, he was special when he was 17 and 18, and then the rest of his life he wasn't special.
Ideas like that are awesome, and and I've heard them before. I mean, what I mean. But it's the people that can execute those ideas,
right?
You know what I mean?
That's John Updike.
Yeah. So to be able to execute those ideas effectively, where you can sit here and talk about them like this, and it's it's spot on with what it is. That's what amazes me. Everybody has ideas left and right. It's getting them out there in an effective way. You know.
And I think that's what hate ended up being.
Yeah.
I don't know if it started out that way, but it ended up being the story of a person's life.
Yeah.
And sort of like
Honestly,
he was just an ordinary person.
As a guy who was growing up reading that, it's you're spot on with all of this, because that's exactly what it was. It was illustrating and putting into a story form some of the shit that me and my friends were going through, and the kind of place that we were at there, right? And the music and bringing it all in there. He just tapped into something early on, and just naturally, where it just, that progression of Buddy's character, you know, like it sort of followed the progression of us reading it, you know what I mean? Or me reading it anyway. It was very impactful reading it.
He let Buddy grow up.
Yeah, and it
Absolutely,
sounds like
100%.
it sounds like with the world of social media, that if this book is as honest as you guys are making it sound. I mean, when you grow up, you mess up. You don't do things you're proud. I mean, it's completely honest. It's honest.
Right.
You learn from it. You learn from your mistakes. With today's social media culture and the way people will dig stuff up on you and stuff, I don't see something like that happening again. You know, so you guys may have been on the last ride for something like that. You know,
right, because the world has changed so much.
Yeah, these indiscretions and follies. So I've got a few. I was just digging in the drawer there. So Hate Jamboree, which was a bit of an oversized, almost like the annual. And then just some of the way that I bag shit these days, they're all in there. But so some of the annual stuff.
I was so annoyed by the annuals. I stopped buying them just because.
I've only found a lot of these more recently. So there's his kind of junkyard days, you know. Pirate patch and a sailor's hat, but I only started finding some of these more recently because, again, like once the annuals hit, I couldn't find them at the shop where I was buying this, right? They just weren't there. So I've only kind of stumbled across them over the last few years and picked them up and read them, and they're good, but they kind of, because there was that break for me as a human being, there's this break with the kind of progression of Buddy that they're just not as enjoyable as the original series was, right?
Get Buddy Buys a Dump. When you read the whole Buddy Bradley story together in that last trade, like the reason I've been looking at that box set too is I also was looking at some of the trades you have that you showed there, Tim, are out of print. They printed those recently in that one, and that's smaller than a regular comic. The Buddy does New Jersey, and the Buddy does Seattle, and they're not
2007 inside.
You know that Peter Begg is not thought of the same way by the European comics intelligentsia as someone like Dan Clowes or Charles Burns or Chris Ware. Peter Begg's name never come. Those guys keep coming up when people talk about who reinvented American comics in the 80s and 90s, but nobody brings up Peter Begg.
That's unfortunate, man, because his style, his cartoony style, is phenomenal.
I think that has something to do with Peter Begg himself too.
Yeah.
He is grown. As far as I know, he's grown into a cranky conservative over his lifetime.
He's cranky, but that's for sure. Yeah.
Hate was hot at a time when Ware and Clowes became known.
Right.
On this side of the Atlantic.
Right.
So Begg should have come with them, and he didn't.
Because he was as big as any of them in the early. He was the biggest of them. He was bigger than
the
Dan
thing
Clowes.
is, though, he did signing tours with Daniel Clowes, because there was the Hate Ball tour that they did together.
Right.
So he was sort of tapped into it. It's just that he didn't have the impression, I guess, that the other guys did,
make it in Europe,
just because of his stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I suppose that his style is closer to what they did in the 60s and 70s, and maybe the intellectuals here don't find him as innovative in terms of style. It's also pretty, the way that he draws characters kind of is not too far off from the type of underground cartoonist that the French have.
Yeah.
So it's the same Mad Magazine on steroids.
It might be that he's too local. He's quintessential American. That might not be universal enough for Europe, because
Yeah,
like
yeah.
because like hate is the great American story. It really is.
It sounds like hate is like how I've seen online Europeans talk about the red cups of the 80s, the red Solo cups. It makes no sense to them. Why not just wash a cup? But they get it. They know it's there. You know what I mean? I love the fact that it is, we're going into 2022 and we could do live streams talking about comics where we talk about hate and Ralph Snart, you know. Yeah, I'm right there side by side with like Alan Moore, Dave Sim, and yeah, I just had a moment, guy. Yeah. So I had plans tonight of reading a few things while I fall asleep, but I just hit a page of this where I just kind of flipped through it, and the name Iggy Pop caught my eye because I'm an Iggy Pop guy. And yeah, this guy's sitting here trying to tell him that you got to come see this guy's band, Leonard. He's another Iggy Pop. The guy's like, okay, I'll take your word for it. What do I know? I'm only their manager. And the guy's sitting there with his thought balloon going, what a blowhard. So I'm sitting here like, okay, yeah, yeah.
Just I can remember the I think it was the back cover of Hate #1. That had let me walk over and get it. Hold on a second.
While he's walking, I just pulled these off the shelf too. So a collection of the Bradley stories from Neat Stuff. So before Hate, and then the infamous one that I absolutely loved, Studs Kirby, who was kind of a shock DJ. It's a phenomenal book because he's completely over the top. And again, like one of the things with Bag, with some of his kind of commentary, nothing is off limits, right? He'll just kind of make fun of anything, you know, which is always very gratifying when it's not just kind of slanted to one direction or the other, where it's just like, no, you're all fucking idiots, and I'm going to show you why you're idiots. You know what I mean? It's pretty good stuff. So,
Craig, did you base your whole life over this book? Because that's, you know, I mean,
yeah, 100%. Yeah,
I love it. I love it.
My mistake. It was Hate #3. Oh my god, it's in its original bag too. I'm gonna have to replace these. That's a comic bag from when? 1990 is this? Yeah, 1990. I can get rid of that bag. But just this back cover, what's a buddy? And it's his roommate breaking down what Buddy Bradley is. And this back cover, we would look at and laugh so much because it's so sort of incisive of what Buddy Bradley is and what Hate is all about. There's this one panel here where Buddy's just sitting in a chair going, "You're going to the Ramones? Why? You're only encouraging those fools to postpone their long overdue retirement. What's worse than going to see that's worse than going to see the Who or the Stones, for Christ's sake." And then there's a little arrow on it that says, "Owned every Rolling Stones and Ramones out record ever made at age 16. Sold them last month to pay the rent." And over the top of the two young kids listening to them, it says, "Young couple trying to decide if he's a knowledgeable hipster or just a bitter crank." And that was Buddy Bradley's personality. You spent the whole time trying to figure out if he's a knowledgeable hipster or just a bitter crank. That's
want to
Buddy
know,
in a nutshell.
I'm sorry, man, but I want to know the character who has a thing that said those awful things about the Ramones. I want to know. I want to know right
Buddy
now.
Bradley.
The main dude?
Yes, but you see, they were all washed up by then, obviously.
they're all when he hangs out with his buddy Jay, and he becomes kind of this music snob, and you know, we're getting these records, and man, it's everything about it is just so great. Recommended reading to everybody.
Have you read stuff? And it's going to be one of those things where I may like act like I have Tourette's in the next 20 minutes and blurt out one of the books. Have you read one of those books like you're talking about with Hate, right? And with this book, you know, say you're with Buddy on this one. Like as you grew up and you were reading it at that age, you were right there with Buddy. And then all of a sudden, years later, like where we're at now, you go back and read it and you're like, he's an idiot. And it's this other character that you're like,
I always thought
totally.
I always thought Buddy was an idiot, but he kind of got
Yep.
wiser as he got older.
Yeah, you grew with
Yeah.
him. But
Right.
I'm just saying there's stuff I revisit where I'm like I was right there with that guy.
Really,
This is
I
it.
was cheering for the wrong guy.
Yeah. And then all of a sudden, and the cranky old guy reaching that half-century mark, I'm like, what a dumb fucker.
The thing,
You know?
the thing with Buddy Bradley though is that he's always been an idiot, and he always will be an idiot, no matter
Yeah.
how old he is. He still has that part, and I think again, like especially
It's
the
just
stuff in the '90s that appealed to me was these kind of artists and these writers showing flaws of people. You know what I mean? Like
Right.
because everybody has them, everybody can relate to some of them, right? So this idea of not this kind of really polished. He said the wrong shit at the wrong time, and he was just ignorant sometimes, you know. But he sort of grew and was just that
Right.
that human
He
kind of
actually
factor
learned.
was so
And
good.
he was also often the, you know, in Land of the Blind, the one-eyed man is king. He was often the smartest idiot in the room.
Yeah, absolutely. That's funny. Yeah,
The people all around him weren't exactly
yeah, no, totally.
the
Yeah,
best and the brightest.
like his brother Butch, and yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely.
Butch, his sister,
Smartest idiot in the room.
Stinky.
It's what I strive to be.
I can't believe you've never read Hate, Tim.
Oh, I've read this. This is all
Okay.
I've read of it. I think
Like
my brother actually gave this to me in the 90s, said I need to check it out.
If,
And
if,
now-
you, if you get a chance to read Hate from beginning to the end, it's just breathtaking in its
No, I
glory. You know?
I don't think you understand. I
Yeah, man.
appreciate it and I like it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm just not on the level as you guys, you know.
like you can pick up any individual issue and have fun with it.
Yeah.
Especially the early ones were very funny and a lot of fun. Even the later ones were still good. But all together as a whole work is just brilliant.
Well, I had a
and
book.
sort of tying in the two stuff we've talked about. We talked about understanding comics, and we've talked about kayfabe. Kayfabe guys did a episode rather, where they look at that first issue.
Yeah.
And I mean,
yeah.
the cartooning that's on display, like when they break it down, when you look at his kind of visual storytelling and his cartooning period,
Right.
forget about the story itself. His cartooning is phenomenal. It's really, really fantastic.
Mhm.
There's a scene that they talk about where Buddy he's talking to you as the reader. So neat stuff has already happened. Issue number 1 of Hate hits, and you come to his house and knock on the door, and he kind of brings you through his house and kind of updates you on his life. So
Right.
he's sitting at a table for, I think it's like 2 pages, and every single panel, his body is in a different position. He's smoking a cigarette. Everything is so lively that it really even draws you in that much further, where you feel like you are catching up with this character and he is actually talking to you and he's real because of this movement, and it's not a static kind of image, right?
That is the exact reason I have never been able to stomach the Brian Michael Bendis technique of photocopying panel to panel, the art from panel to panel, and change. And I'm always like, oh.
Every time you
cartoonist
bring
be a
up Bendis, it ends up jinxing the I'm just saying, man, it always ends up jinxing the show every time.
Let me show you another comic that I thought was really good. This is the best of the Bad Idea comics so far. Odin's Eye #2. This one is weekly, and it's what's his name, Tomas Giorello on the art. The art is beautiful, but for me, it just does such a great job of capturing life back in 536 or whatever the year was. I think it takes place around then. And this little girl sort of, you can't really call it a quest because she's supposedly this little girl right here. Supposedly because Odin has blessed her or cursed her, as some of her countrymen say, to try and find Odin's missing eye that he sacrificed in order to stave off Ragnarok. But so far, her whole family has been wiped out. Her village has been wiped out. Some other people. So she's kind of on this quest that's not quite. She's not in charge of. And in this whole issue, she was with this other group of people or enemies, this tribe, who captured her and are dragging her along back to their homeland, and they run into these this other because it's way up north. They ran into this other tribe who's some kind of Arctic natives, Eskimo, Indian, whatever they're called up there near Norway. Wiped them out, captured one. It just does such a good job of capturing the past and telling a story there. And life is kind of different and brutal at times, but not crazy brutal like you see in some shows about the past that are like just kind of like so brutal you don't believe it.
It's not like watching Vikings on HBO.
Yeah. And it takes place during the Little Ice Age that happened when, like, you mentioned like 535 and 536, when like a volcano in the tropics made it winter up north for 2 or 3 years. So it's like everybody's panicking up there. Everybody's running out of food. Everybody's making sacrifices to the gods. It's just like a crazy, desperate time that they're telling the story in. And they just do so. And the writer is Joshua Dysart, who's written some stuff for Valiant that I've liked. This second wave Valiant. And I just think they've just been doing such a good job with that one. It's funny, I did all the production on it, but I never really read it as I was doing the production on it. So
it's one that's caught my interest, but we don't get any Bad Idea stuff here. Out of all the indie titles, we just don't get anything from them at all.
Right.
Because that's what we were talking about before you came in, about distribution and getting people interested in stuff.
Yeah. Well, what it is they tried to turn a negative into a positive. They tried to say, well, instead of trying to deal with these comic shops who won't sell our comic anyway, let's make it exclusive to the comic shops who will sell our comic. And they actually managed to drum up a lot of publicity with that.
That's awesome. Rick Vetch, he's got like Kid Maximortal. He's got his own. He's putting out his own books. He's constantly putting on Facebook. Check it out on Amazon. Check it out on Amazon and stuff like that. So apparently he's putting a lot of his stuff through Amazon. Speaking of kayfabe and indie books and all this stuff, and this is actually an ex-library book that when I bought, I did not know, but it adds a certain charm to it. Have you read Tom Scioli, who used to be on kayfabe, right? But have you ever checked out his American Barbarian?
I've always meant to check that one out, but haven't.
Okay, Kirby.
Right.
It's highly influenced by like Jack Kirby, of course, obviously, right? In early 80s, action figures who had magical swords in a cartoon, yet it's gritty, realistic, like set in a post-apocalyptic world. He runs around with Black Star's freaking sword. It's obvious where it's coming from, right? And he's like a prince and a king, but there's a page here where he comes upon a big, gigantic battle wagon. And if you read the Fourth World series, that's like the Harry's moving world.
Right, right.
I can't think what it's called, right? So in the next chapter, called The City with a Heart of Darkness, he does that thing you were talking about in Nightwing, where we follow him for page after page, going through the whole thing. Right. Huh. Yeah. You can
there we go.
Yeah. And this goes on for pages. It just dawned on me. I knew it looks a little bit familiar.
Yeah, that's sort of.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Like I said, I've seen it before, just not in a whole issue from.
I got one more page here to show. And then here's a really good page of the American Barbarian doing that technique we were talking about, where you just have leave the background settled and let the character.
Oh, yeah. Move through it. Yeah. Amazing.
It almost looks like a DNA strand.
Yes. Yeah. But I mean, if you're a fan of if you're a fan of like Black Star and Commandy and just Jack Kirby in general, you definitely need to get this. I mean, all his brothers are wiped out, and he's the last one. That's his dad and his brothers. They all have the red, white, and blue hair.
Have you read Tom Scioli and who is it? Joe Casey's Godland?
Yeah, Godland.
Yeah, I own them all. I'm halfway through. I'm
Okay.
halfway through. It took forever for that series to come out. So when
Yeah,
I got to
yeah.
around issue 13 and 14, I just put them up, and I'm like, when they finally all come out.
I actually was buying that in the Absolute editions. I've since sold them, but I was buying that in the Absolute editions, or not Absolute, whatever Image calls those big hardcovers.
Oh, okay. So that size, yeah.
Yeah, they're in 4 volumes of that. They're
wow.
pretty Godland.
Yeah, I could go for those. I mean, I was buying Godland, but I had to stop. There was a time when I almost ran out of money, and I took out a bunch of comics off my pull list, and Godland was one of them. But having collected editions would be a great idea because I enjoyed that comic very, very much.
Right?
Yeah, it was great.
Ultimate
Well, it had its
edition, that's
fans
right.
in the industry too. Keith Giffen came in and did a variant cover for him for issue like 13, I
Oh,
think.
right.
So there's 2
Yeah.
copies of 13. Giffen came in. It was really getting out there when I was reading it, man. It really, I don't know. It felt like it started out being the obvious, like this is our love letter to Kirby.
Right.
You kind of match some of these characters up with Kirby characters, and then it was getting weirder and weirder, becoming its own thing, which was
Right.
fantastic in a best way, you know.
I enjoyed it, but I have to say, Tom Scioli didn't really understand Jack Kirby's stuff. It was really weird reading it sometimes because he was good enough at sort of imitating Kirby's style, but it was clear that he didn't know why Kirby did certain things. Like there's certain like stylizations Kirby had that came from 40 years of drawing.
Yeah, Kirby knew what he needed to do for the storytelling.
Yeah,
okay?
that too.
So it's like Scioli. It's like a wrestler wrestling Ric Flair. Since we brought up right? Ric Flair. People would get in the ring, and these young guys would be excited to be in there with Ric Flair. They're going to learn how to make a great match. He's whispering in their ear what they need to do next. He's calling the shots, but he won't tell them why, and that drives them nuts. Scioli comes off the same way. The guy studies Kirby. He's in there. He's doing all this stuff. He just doesn't have that. Why did Kirby do this? You know, what I mean? He doesn't.
His storytelling is super dense. Like it's really, the amount of panels that make up a page. He's relying on a different kind of storytelling. He's still and I find that honestly with Jim and with Ed to some degree that they still rely on kind of like the text aspect of comic storytelling, right? As opposed to the visual aspect. They really kind of, especially with their whole, Rugg is doing the Hulk thing next year, right? So it's this idea of condensing all this history, and it's the same with their channel too, into a bite-sized chunk, but then it becomes almost impenetrable because it's so much going on, as opposed to let a splash page tell you that part of the story, but they're really about those details, right?
You're talking about Piscor, what was Ed and the other guys?
Piscor, Ed Piscor. They were doing the grand design stuff,
What's wild is you can pick up any, and I'm preaching to the choir here, I know, but with what you bouncing off what you just said, you can pick up any issue of Commandy by Jack Kirby, and you read the book. It's in 3 parts, 3 chapters. He knows when to put the splash pages in and all this stuff. But when you compare it to something like what you're talking about, a comic from 50 years ago, you see that Kirby was in complete control. Complete control of how to tell that story. He knew exactly where to put the double page spread. He knew exactly how to put 3 chapters in 20 pages. So it was just impactful. Nothing was wasted except the dialogue. I will give Stan Lee credit for being able to funnel some of that stuff. But
I like Kirby's dialogue better than I like Stan Lee's.
Yeah. Oh, I'm not putting down the
Kirby
dialogue, but some of it was painful.
Some of it was clunky, but Stan Lee's. I just find the received wisdom that Jack Kirby was terrible at dialogue and Stan Lee was great at it to be not true.
No. And for me to at least give a nod to Stan Lee, hopefully by now how much of an effort that is for me.
It's like Terrence was saying that that Piscor and Rugg rely too much on the text, but Kirby relies a lot more on the art to tell the story, and that's why his text seems like a minor byproduct. Which is what Stan, as the editor, tried to do, is make sure that there was a certain balance between the importance of the storytelling by art and the importance of the text. even if ultimately they're fighting with each other because of Stan and Jack's personality clash.
There's one issue in particular that kind of shows what Kirby does, and he shows this amazing thing. He shows what a city would look like if smart dolphins made it underground. And he's got this one issue where all you're doing is you're just on tour. He uses Commandy as the reader. He is your eyes, and you're discovering everything in this world the same time Kirby does, or as Commandy does. So you're Commandy. And that's where I really noticed he was just in total control.
That's also why I say, especially 70s Jack Kirby, when he was writing his own stuff, people find it standoffish. Because Jack Kirby was creating whole cultures.
Okay, you see these 2 pages?
Oh yeah,
Crack? That's Canada in Commandy's world.
Like Jack Kirby was creating whole cultures.
Can you make them big? Oh yeah, there you go. Yeah,
like this, what is a? So I think people found that alienating.
Yeah, there's Canada for you, brother.
Yeah,
that's great. Yeah, I love it.
But yeah, I'm not gonna. I kind of got excited. Sorry.
Jack Kirby will do that to you.
It happens to the best of us because when you mentioned Rick Veitch, I went to the shelf to grab Boy Max Immortal. So
there it is.
Originally, it was. I guess it's a shame to hear that he's going straight to Amazon because he was doing his King Hell press for this first issue, at least anyway. So
I think it's still King Hell Press.
Okay.
It's just print to order.
Yeah,
it's print on demand.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, he's saying you can go to Amazon to get it, but grain of salt because I've just activated Facebook again for the holidays, and then I'm deactivating it when holidays are over. I'm not a Facebook fan anymore. It's just I want to keep my friends and respect them.
Another comic that's been really good. Once again, this was one that almost didn't make it on my pull list, just because of the quality of the physical comic. It's so floppy.
Is it?
There we go. Righteous Thirst for Vengeance. A very good. This artist, what's his name? Andre Lima Araujo.
Araujo.
Araujo. Ah, boy. I knew I wasn't.
You're never going to get it.
Araujo.
Araujo.
Araujo?
Araujo.
Araujo. I'll never remember that next month, but I'll try.
You'll forget it next week.
Yeah, I'll forget it next hour.
Yeah. Yeah, especially because this is a very weird thing. Normally, if you have two, in Portuguese, if you have 2 vowels together, they're a diphthong. But because in this case, one of them is an accented character, they're different syllables. That's why it's hard to get it. Especially because you really have no idea how we pronounce the J's, because the natural tendencies for English speakers to imagine that it's like Spanish, but it's the French J.
Those French and their J's.
Mm-hmm.
But we finally get a little glimpse of what this book is about in this issue. Like it's been, as far as I could figure out in the first 2 issues, this guy was a hitman who picked up jobs on the internet. And then at the end of last issue, it seemed he was kind of on a job. But this issue, he tries to save this woman here, who the job was to kill. And it turns out, we still don't really know what the story is about. But it turns out he's a guy, I think he's pretending to be a hitman and trying to save people. But he seems to be just an ordinary guy. He's not like Batman or anything.
Yeah, no, it's like John Sable, who pretends to be a mercenary when deep down is a children's book writer.
But once again, I'll point out I hate these covers with the logo in the middle. Mm-hmm. None of them are memorable or it's like it's such an indie comics thing these days, and it's just like. East
and it's not
West
like
didn't have one memorable cover.
Yeah, and it's not like this one's emulating a book cover, because books don't have the titles there. They have it at the bottom.
I don't. Yeah, I don't know why you would do that. I don't know what's behind it. But I can't think of one memorable comic book cover that has the logo in the middle. And I bought a lot of them because it's been an indie thing for 6-7 years now.
I don't like them like that.
No, why would you do that? Why would you put the logo right in the middle? It's like the whole idea of a comic book cover is you know what it is? I just think that certain people don't care about comic book covers anymore on their comics. And I understand it because comic book covers don't serve the same function they used to. In that before, it's like anybody who's buying like a righteous thirst for vengeance probably had the idea in their head to buy this long before they ever saw the cover, because people don't. But then there's something like, where is it? Impossible Jones. I picked up the first issue of this, wasn't sure if I wanted to pick it up. The second issue of the cover caught my eye. You know, nice butt cheeks cover. So this cover made me buy this comic.
Yeah.
But it's like I think a lot of people don't think of their cover as a sales tool anymore.
Right.
It might just be a design element rather than like this cover is a design element rather than a sales tool.
Yeah. I think it's an evolution of where we're at now that started in the early 2000s when and I hate to say it, but it started, you can say indie, but I think it started with Marvel. Because
I was there. It definitely what it was with Marvel, and I was there for this.
Yeah, it's Ultimate Spider-Man #1.
Well, that's
the worst possible cover to debut a #1 issue, and the only reason it worked it was because it was in the direct market.
I'll tell you the story with that after this, but first it was what happened was why covers became less story covers and more pinup covers. Like I said, and I was paying attention to this. It happened before my eyes. There used to be, like in the 80s, early 90s, maybe an occasional pinup cover. Sort of, you know, and what happened was usually there's a few different elements. There are fans. There always were fans of that pinup style cover. Yeah. And when it happened every once in a while, you'd always hear people say, "Oh, wow, I really love that cover." So the pinup style covers always got a little bit of praise because they were different. But then what would happen was a couple of different elements. The catalog, like the Diamond catalog and the Capital catalog, especially when slowly grew in importance. And they started to need the covers in for the catalog earlier than when, especially Marvel, DC usually had a couple of months lead on their comics. Marvel was doing their comics right up till the last deadline. That's why Marvel was always able to change faster than DC. So sometimes they'd have to have the cover done a month before they even knew what the story was going to be in the comic. So that, of course, led them to more covers that were completely divorced from the comic, because so that was praise for the pinup covers, the catalogs being more important, and then the licensing guys from downstairs, Bullpen was on 10, licensing was downstairs on 9. They were always, of course, licensing had no budget. So they were always looking for art they could use for licensing.
Right.
Because they generally couldn't hire artists to do the licensing, because, you know, licensing this is 1992, and licensing didn't have, so they'd constantly be, you know, up on the 10th floor, talking to the editors, schmoozing, seeing what art was around. So that also kind of encouraged the pinup covers, the covers that are kind of divorced from what was in the story. So that was going on for years. And then specifically with that Spider-Man, Ultimate Spider-Man #1 cover, they were just kind of going for a new style with that. But when they put together the trade paperback for that, Walmart said, and had that first, Walmart said, give us more covers like that. So then, of course, Walmart asks for more pinup style covers of Spider-Man just swinging. Boom. You know, all of a sudden, everything had those style covers. The whole Ultimate line had, you know, those styles because Walmart asked for one. And also, I think it was like that whole time covers became. It used to be in the 70s, you wouldn't know what was coming out. That cover had to catch your eye.
Yep.
And get you to buy it. Nowadays, that's not as true. I think a lot less thought is put into the covers, and you get, like I said, this I think is cover as design element. There's not even any thought.
And not even really good design.
No, there's no thought giving to this being a comic book cover. It's just, we need something for the cover. Let's come up with a nice design. Oh, there's a car crash in it, and there's a woman with a knife. And that's it.
The only time I find these covers work is at the end of the previous issue, where you just see that kind of sample, and it's like, oh, there's a couple of extra panels, but then it turns into the cover, which then leads into the story, right? That kind of idea, but yeah.
But speaking of covers, let's see if you can recognize what this album is from the cover.
Modesty Blaze.
I was going to say that looked like Tim Bradstreet and Hellblazer. Nope,
oh, yeah,
don't recognize
him there,
La
right?
Mort
Yeah.
dans les yeux.
La Mort dans les yeux, Death in the Eyes. Of course, that's not the original title. This is just the title that how it was published in France.
Ah, no idea.
Well, Gore got it right, but when I explain it, this is the Corinthian, but you'll notice that it doesn't say
from the Matrix.
No, from Sandman.
Oh, see, I don't know Sandman. That's why I didn't.
Yeah, but this is the thing. I picked this up. I saw Zezilji and Makan, and said, "Yeah, oh, I like these guys. I'm going to buy it."
Yeah, the Corinthian. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, that's the thing. I had no idea this was the Corinthian. I started leafing through it, and then I noticed copyright DC Comics. Oh, this is the Corinthian. It doesn't say Sandman Presents anywhere. There's no DC or Vertigo logo anywhere. You'd think this was an original work.
Yeah, that's weird.
The only thing I would have guessed, because I started seeing Bachelor in there. Anyway, the only thing I was going about to guess is that it's Vertigo. That's all. Yeah.
And it even came out in black and white here in album format. So I was, of course. Then you notice the pages because they're not made for album format, but still, yeah.
I learned more about the Sandman reading this year's Lock and Key Sandman crossover, which was really, really good, by the way.
Did they complete that so I can get the trade? I'm just going.
Yeah, there's only 2 issues.
Yeah, it was only 2 issues.
Yeah, they're like double size issues, so it's probably 4 issues. But really, really good.
Here's my Lock and Key hardcover collection.
Do you think this works as a sales tool, or is it purely for aesthetic purposes?
It looks like, I mean, as a customer, I would be like, that would make a cool album cover or poster. I don't know if it would make me want to buy the book because you don't know what it is.
Right.
The ambiguity doesn't really work.
Maybe the art would make me pick it up. I think it's striking.
It looks to me like it should be somebody's art book, somebody's sketchbook that they've sold.
Yeah.
That's
the reason
it reminds me of.
Right. Yeah. The reason I decided to pick this up was because of the creators. Otherwise, I'd have passed it by.
The Corinthian is there's been 2 of them. They both look alike. It doesn't really matter, but it's the Sandman's favorite nightmare that he made. He has little mouths with teeth instead of eyeballs. That's why he wears glasses. And he inspired all the serial killers. Like, he's the ultimate serial killer. When Sandman got captured in the 20s or the 1919 or whatever it was, everybody started leaving the dreaming, and the Corinthian came into the real world, and he was considered a serial killer. So all these serial killers worship, thought he was the stuff, and that's how they ended up having the serial killer convention. When the Corinthian walked in, they were all like, "Oh, it's him!" He's like they're a rock star.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he showed up in the Lock and Key crossover, but it's like people. I remember showing it off that week, and people on here had to explain to me who he was because I had no idea.
Yeah, he was. What was so funny is I thought they were trying to make him look like Sting, and he had these '80s glasses. You had to be there, but it had the leather sides around the lens. Okay, that's what he wore, and when he would take them off, he would eat your eyes. Somebody tried to get cute and had word balloons coming out of him one time, and no. That's fantastic. Well, I'm gonna hop off here in a few minutes here. But I have a white whale now because I can't find these. And anyway, but I want to complete my hip cats. Okay. And Martin Wagner, and he seems to be a bit of a enigma. Like he's just that elite. I'm assuming he left comics or something and does not want to be found. But these slice of life books, as you were talking about the pinup covers and stuff, I'm sitting here like these are like really emotional and grab you, and you would pick these up wanting to read what was going on. I mean,
I enjoyed. I never had all of them, but I had a bunch of them when they were coming. I still have them. But I've always wanted to finish
on that one.
Antarctic Press.
And that's right. Yeah.
I know there was a couple of printings of the same. I think he came up with this in the. I used to know this back and forth, but that's why I want to hurry up and get these because I let it go. You know what I mean? I'm seeing those series. I've just kind of let go. I've collected other things, filled in other gaps, and this has fell to the wayside again, right? But
me too. I've always meant to fill in my gaps on that series and never have.
Well, I think we're going to run out of time. You know what I mean? I'm not saying it's a cult book. I'm just saying there's not a lot of them out there. You know, and once somebody gets them, I don't think they're going to be letting them go.
Yeah,
you know? That's what I'm saying. Mm-hmm. But this slice of life stuff. See, when I picked this up, it seems like it started in the 80s, and there's only like 12 or 13 of them. Right. And then they've just been republished a couple times through other companies.
Right. They reprinted it at some time too.
Yeah.
Right.
But when I picked it up, I was like, I want to say I was 16. Don't take my word on it, But I was like, what is this? Animal Olympics, like the cartoon? I thought this was like some Canadian Nelvana. And Crack knows what I'm talking about. I thought it was a Canadian book because it had a publisher I never heard of. It had the same style of. What's the anthropomorphic? Oh God! Watch me get all funny. But anyway, it had the funny animals.
Yeah, you got it. Anthropomorphic. Yeah.
Thank you. It looked like something that right out of Animal Olympics that I watched when I was like 7 years old. It's a Canadian cartoon about the Olympics and everybody's animals. You had a Black Panther and a ram fall in love while they were doing the marathon, the triathlons or something. Great stuff. But I thought that's what it was. So when I read the issue, and it was like real life, slice of life. People are suffering, poor, hurting. It was real. It was reality. They just happen to have funny cartoon heads.
One of the other reasons why it might be hard to come across is when I do see it, it's usually in that box of what the vendor thinks is like adult pornographic comics. It's not usually with the Indian underground. It's kind of in this separate box that they don't necessarily put on the table.
I would have to specifically ask for that in this world, day and age. Okay, well played, Crack.
Do you remember a small time controversy with him, Martin Wagner, in probably the late 80s, early 90s, it was all about convention guest etiquette. Because there was like a small, I must have read this in Comics Journal or something. It like blew up for a summer or something, where kind of like if you were a small press guy like he was, are you allowed? Because I think he was like a hard sell artist at cons. He would try to draw attention to himself so he could sell his book. And some other guests didn't like that. They didn't like that. They thought you should sit there quietly.
You know, I
And
thought I
you-
was going to sit down and I was going to just sit down and relax and read and fall back asleep early, you know.
Ah,
And now I'm sitting here like, oh, that was a wizard. Then I'm like, wait a minute. No, wait, maybe that was in Comic Scene. I read this somewhere and I can't remember where.
neither can I. I think it was before Wizard though, and there was really this controversy that went through a couple of different magazines or
Yeah,
something.
what it is the article I'm thinking of, and
Mhm.
and I feel like it's on the tip of my tongue. You're on the right track.
Right.
I haven't heard enough to have it explode in my head yet. Like that's it. But what they did is somebody was did an article more on Hepcats, and then down through there they started talking about Wagner and his
Right.
exploits. You know, so it was mentioned. They didn't go in depth. They just bottom lined it, and like I can see the paragraphs. I can see the page with the Hepcats
Well, like
article.
it appeared
I
in
can
more
see
than
it.
it was like
you
a
know.
mini controversy about guests and how they how these small whoever they were shouldn't do a hard sell at the con. It was unseemly, and it was like it was just kind of funny.
I've got this thing where I'm contrary a little bit, and I'm cool until I feel like somebody's actually trying to tell me what to do. I might have been on Martin's side. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I might have jumped up and been like,
it was something I had never even thought of before.
Yeah, if I walk in and I feel like somebody's being elitist or something or looking down on me instead of being like you got to earn your way up through merit, I'm going to have something to say. Yeah, I might have jumped up right there with old Martin. You know, he might have some. He'd be like, I don't know who this dude is, but he's got my back. You know.
Yeah.
They call you what?
I just remember him specifically being like the focus of it. Him going, well, I gotta sell my comic.
The last great controversy I heard it was Arthur Pseudonym taking somebody's tables who didn't show up to sell more stuff because he didn't pay for them.
Oh no, it wasn't that he didn't show up. It's that
the guy
Arthur
showed up and he wouldn't give up.
He always had it in his contract that he needed 3 tables. I think it was, but the cons wouldn't always give him 3 tables, so he would just take over the 2 tables on the right and left of him, much to the dismay of the 2 people who were supposed to be on the right and the left of him.
Well,
but it was the con who was.
Well, I'll tell you what, Heroes Con in Charlotte apparently had it down with what you're telling me, because when I found Arthur Pseudonym and we ended up having like 30, I ended up staying right there with him like 30 minutes. They had him in the very back corner, as far back as you could get in the back corner. And he had a couple tables and like one over there, but he was away from everybody. I'm just now realizing he was separated from everybody.
I was just going to say that he usually gets 3 tables at our con, but they're always empty.
Yes. Yeah.
Nobody goes to see him. He's here every single, when we had our big con, every single year he was here, always empty.
I'm gonna go grab something real quick.
Yes, Sleepy.
I haven't jumped you, Damien. Don't worry. I'm still with you, bud. I'm still with you.
We heard he broke contract with your team. He's now playing for our team. He's our new shortstop.
That's right. I'm their new market report guy.
Mm-hmm. Impossible Joan. I really liked this second issue. I think this is now going to be on my pull list. I describe it. It's kind of almost like Mike Allred style. The story was pretty well told. It's sort of light superhero fare. She's this thief who I think just got superpowers in this. And I bought the first issue. Once again, the first issue was definitely B level. So I was trying to figure out if I wanted it or not. And I ended up going, I don't think so. But then, like I said, this cover caught my eye. That I don't even know if this comic came out this week or if it was out there for a couple of weeks. But the cover caught my eye. And I was like, all right, I'll buy it. So I think I'm going to put this on my pull list now. Scout Comics. Who's this done by? I should mention that. Oh, Carl Kessel is writing it.
Really?
And David Hahn is doing the art, and Tony Avina is colors, and Comic Craft is letters. Oh, he already has that Impossible Jones in a hardcover from Kickstarter. Wow. Did you enjoy it, Sleepy? Because I've liked this first issue. The second issue I like.
I was trying to the Impossible Jones. I mean, that's a newer book, correct?
Yeah, just came out,
Okay.
right.
All right.
But Sleepy has it in hardcover from the Kickstarter.
Where did you come from? Oh, cats. So I was trying to find my author pseudonym and goon prints that I've put framed up to talk with the story. But apparently where I've moved, everything that I have postered up has come loose, you know, so I'm not going to mess with it. But I found my Spider-Man collage I did in regards to the death of Gwen Stacy.
Look at that.
Yeah. I was just playing around one night at an apartment I had back like in 2014. And I think this is an old Wizard little mini poster that came inside. And then I cut up a bunch of Alex Ross stuff. But I tried getting cute. If you follow it around, it actually kind of tells a story. And I tried to end the story right there with her, you meeting her, saying hello. The day she died. Yeah. So.
By the way, I think his name is Arthur Saddam. That's how I've heard it said. I usually used to call him Soydom growing up, but I had no idea. But I think I've heard it Arthur Saddam.
It was the opposite of my experience with Tom Scioli meeting Arthur's pseudonym, however we want to say it, right?
I think it's Saddam. I'm not 100% sure, but that's what I've heard the most.
Yeah. When we were talking about Godland, I think I told the story like I still consider a signature on a book graffiti. You know what I mean?
Right.
But thanks to my friends and stuff, I was trying to come out of that in YouTube. I was trying to come out of that, meet creators more. They're getting older and stuff, you know. So Godland #1 was the first book that I was like, okay, I can probably replace this. I'll get Tom to sign it there. So I walk up and I'm sitting here expecting a black pen, maybe a little gold silver pen. I've seen some fancy stuff. This guy pulls out a blue ballpoint pen and writes his name in bubble letters like you did on your notebooks in 7th grade. That's my first signature on a comic in person ever. I didn't even let Joe Sinnott sign one of my comics in 2001. You know, I printed something off the computer and had him sign it. You know what I mean? And so yeah, that ran over me. But when I met Arthur's pseudonym, it was amazing because I had some Epic magazines that had his covers on them. A lot of his work has been used on covers with more than one company, you know. So anyway, we were talking, he started flipping through the Epic magazine and he saw the Al Williamson adaptation of Blade Runner advertised. I ended up explaining a little history on Al Williamson and Blade Runner to Arthur pseudonym, a guy who I was reading his Mudwog stuff when I was 7 years old in heavy metal.
So
you know what I mean? Like
the Y is silent.
Hilarious.
Okay. Yeah. He didn't correct me. You know, I didn't spend a lot of money. I bought a couple prints, but we sat there and talked about Al Williamson for, 20 minutes. And then we got on to other stuff. I mean, I was like, that's pretty cool when you meet somebody, when you're 7 years old and you're meeting a guy like that 30 years later, you know.
I tried to figure out why that why that Blade Runner super special was comic book sized.
Yeah.
But Jim Salicrup, the editor, didn't even remember why. Because all the other super specials are magazine size. For some reason, that Blade Runner one is comic book size.
It's lost.
Why?
It's lost.
No one remembers.
We'll never know. It's lost.
It's funny you mentioned that Mudwog because I remember in junior high when we discovered heavy metal, it was a Mudwog story. 100% it was. Yeah. So that's the early introduction to that kind of world.
For me, it was Epic magazine and Charlie and Flytrap.
Right. Yeah.
That
Which
was
they
Arthur
reprinted.
Pseudonym.
Yeah.
So damn.
Yeah.
And now with the fancy new shelves, I've got all my Epic magazines somewhere down here, right here.
Right.
So in the future, when we talk
boy.
and figure out what's going on here, I'll be like, really? I mean,
I've been saying to myself, I have to reread those Epic magazines for about 25 years.
I have the heavy metal magazines from my stepdad's collection right here. You know, I still have them. I think I bought maybe 2 issues, back issues myself, ones that were destroyed or something. Never went back to them. I know I flipped over them maybe 2 or 3 times over 30 years or whatever, but it's the Epic ones that I'll just pick up and I'm real gingerly with them. But that stuff will never be reprinted like that.
Right.
You know?
I was never a heavy metal fan growing up.
I recently read some of the 80s heavy metal again for the first time in forever and was reminded at how phenomenal the 80s stuff is because it's always this focus on when it started, which again is incredible, no doubt.
Okay.
But kind of the 80s stuff is it was kind of eye-opening to kind of revisit some of that stuff.
Do you remember the years? Because 77 to 83 are my years where I feel like heavy metal was what it was. And then it started getting a little way adult oriented, if that makes any sense. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, it totally makes sense. Yeah.
The time I had a subscription to heavy metal in like the mid 90s, from maybe like 93 to 96, only because subscriptions were so dirt cheap. You would get like a subscription to heavy metal then for like $12 or something. So I was like, you know what? I may as well start reading heavy metal because it's like $12 for 8 issues or 10 issues, whatever it was. But the funny thing was that was back in the days where you had to fill out a card and send them a check. So if your name is Jared, sometimes they don't get it right.
Yeah.
So
hey, try Terrence.
Yeah, all my heavy metal magazines came to Jargo Osborne. And that's how I could tell, like when some piece of junk mail came, I could tell when heavy metal sold their mailing list, because if I get a piece of junk mail addressed to Jargo,
yeah, you know where it came from. Here you go, Tim.
Oh, nice.
But who even thinks Jargo
one of the pickups? Name? One of the pickups this year was the first issue, doing a big trade with the guy. I traded in a whole bunch of books, and he gave me this as part of the trade. So
nice. I kind of like Jargo, man. I can't believe it didn't stick, Jared.
It's a good name, but it's like, who thinks Jargo is a name? I mean, by the 90s, people knew Jared. Like in the 70s, people didn't really know Jared was a name. But by the 90s, everybody knew it was a name. I've never met anyone named Jargo.
Yeah, there was a Jarbo who played with what was his name from the Swans? Paulo probably know. I'm blanking on his name. But it was his wife at one point. Yeah, Jarbo.
Now that's a key, Terrence.
Yeah, absolutely. I could better slap it.
Even as they fall apart, which I will never get rid of them, because like seriously, man, this was a big part of my childhood. I thought this was like the stuff, man. You know.
Yeah. Again, eye-opening.
Yeah.
Vinny, we are going to have to teach you some geography.
Better than Jar Jar.
I mean, my God, look at this. I mean, I could just do a show where I just keep my mouth shut and I just open random heavy metals.
Yeah, man, absolutely.
Oh.
Drouillet stuff is so great.
See, these are my expectations with a lot of modern comics, and I mean, it's just not realistic, you know. This reminds me of Light Years, Gandahar, a French cartoon from 1985, a little bit, with the metal men attacking. I mean, you have to see it, but I look at so much of this stuff, and I can see where it's from. I'm pretty sure this is from France, you know, just from by looking at the style, you know.
Yeah, no, it's Drouillet. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. And then you just have fantastic stuff like this. It's like it took the eerie and creepy comics and just elevated what was there in my eyes as a kid.
Unreal. It's incredible to think of, like, you know, because I mean, eventually it was Eastman who took over heavy metal, right? Like, just this idea of such a small group of people just kind of really opening up us in North America to a completely different world, right? That it just comes down to some key players to some degree, like most things do, I imagine. But
when Metal Hurlant started in France in '74, I think they already had the plans to go to America, because Corbin's right there in the first French issue 2 years before heavy metal starts.
So they had an in.
Yeah, which is funny because Drouillet doesn't speak English. Yeah, when he did that Elric that came out in France, that Elric album, he needed to have it translated so he could do the adaptation.
Speaking of Corbin, I was just watching the kayfabe Corbin one on how he got his color.
Yeah, so good, right?
And that was interesting too, because I had heard a different way that he got his color. So it was nice to see it. They got it right from a book where the guy was explaining how he got his color.
What did you hear?
I had heard that it's slightly different. That he actually would go to I don't know if it was a printer or the separator, but he would control the exposure of the photo of the doing the separations of his artwork. So it basically is something you could do in Photoshop today by moving a slider.
Right.
But you could do it back then by controlling the exposure of the stat camera or whatever it was, the camera that takes the pictures that you make the printing plates from. But it's kind of along the same lines. Instead of controlling the exposure, he was using colored gels. But it's done like at the same point. You have to be like where they're making the separations.
Shit, yeah, man. That's what it always seems like. You got to be right at the source and overseeing that.
Right. Which was either at
or at least know that language to be able to communicate with them extremely clearly.
Yes,
I mean his color stuff in like the underground comics that I have, like in a book that's filled with black and white, and then the only color section you get sometimes is Corbin's stuff. The impact even in those is even more so, you know what I mean? Because it's really in contrast, and also like speaking to that world where they were doing it as cheap as possible. They had their own printing presses, etc. Right? It's even more impressive to see his stuff in that context. It's still impressive when you see his color work compared to other kind of, you know, mainstream cartoonists and things that are in color, but really incredible to see in that kind of format or that kind of world, right?
Yeah. And Sleepy just said, I heard he hand cut separation by hand, his own. From watching that video, I wasn't quite sure if that was because from what they were saying, it also sounded like they're saying sometimes he would airbrush.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. But I don't know if he would need to do that. Because it's a photographic process. So I don't know that he'd need to airbrush any more than he already had in his painting.
So you think even with that process, he could still get, because I mean, the first thing that I think of when I think of airbrushes is the edges, right? That kind of like tapering off and that kind of texture that you get on the edges to round things. You think he would have had control to that degree without it being airbrushed? Because again, this whole world is completely a mystery to me.
He didn't have to airbrush on the plates or the film that was going to plate. He airbrushed on his painting.
I see. I understand.
That was what it was a little, because I don't think because I was just reading a book about George Petty, who, an illustrator from the 30s, 40s, and 50s, made the Petty Girl, and he was actually the first illustrator / artist to make the airbrush into an art tool.
Okay.
Before then, it was a tool for photography. For you'd airbrush negatives too, and I don't think Corbin would have any reason to airbrush the individual separations, because he could do that. I mean, he'd airbrush his painting, then he was just kind of popping it's like something right now you would do in Photoshop just by getting the saturation slider and turning it up, kind of thing. And that's what he was kind of doing with the colored gels, which he would put in front of the paint. So it was like when they were photographing for the yellow plate. And I don't know if you've seen these old cameras they had. There were what it was it was this big glass vacuum stage, basically, where it was like a table that went from horizontal to vertical, and you lifted up the glass top. There's this big handle on it. You put the artwork kind of in the center. You close the big glass thing. You make it go, because the camera was here and then this was here, and then you'd shoot the color for the yellow plate, and then you'd get a big piece of film that was in black and white, but it was your yellow plate. And
Right,
then they'd
right.
shoot it for the cyan plate, and then they'd shoot it for the magenta plate. According to the book that the kayfabe guys were doing, like when they were shooting the yellow plate, they'd put a purple gel acetate over the camera, which would
Oh, right.
intensify the yellows.
Uh-huh.
And that's how he was doing it.
Interesting. Yeah.
So he had to be at that level of where they were making the film for the separation.
Right.
So if he
that's
wanted
interesting, Jared. I've never heard it
Right,
explained
so-
like that. That makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah. Like and like I said, I had heard he was controlling the exposure, but that really is controlling the exposure using colored gels. I mean, it's the same thing. I
Still
guess
talking about Corbin.
Yeah, we're still talking about
Yeah,
Corbin
just
and his
control.
color process.
Yeah.
But that's how he got such bright colors, was because he would intensify his yellows or intensify
right.
his.
And also get a little bit of that texture with the color as well too by putting the gels on and stuff. Interesting. Very interesting.
Mhm.
Ooh, that guy never got that. He just, oh man, that guy should be more well known than he is.
It's like it's funny. I really wasn't a Corbin fan until the early 2000s.
Hmm.
Heavy metal fan. The Heavy Metal movie made me check his stuff out because
Yeah.
the animation, was not the art I saw in the books. I mean, his stuff disturbed me as a little kid. I couldn't. It was
John
too
Candy.
much. It was too much.
I always had Corbin work.
Candy.
I always bought Corbin stuff over the years, but I wouldn't say he was a fan. Like my friend Bunch, who I always mention, he was a huge Corbin fan. I've known him since my college days in the late 80s. As long as I've known him, he's been a huge Corbin fan. But I was just kind of like lukewarm to Corbin. I enjoyed his stuff, but it never really grabbed me. Until the early 2000s when he did that Cage miniseries with Brian Azzarello.
Yeah.
I'm not even a Brian Azzarello fan. But the artwork on that and the storytelling just blew me away. And I was
In
like,
my mind,
I bought everything he's done since.
in my mind, that was like he had hit the mainstream, and it was.
Yeah.
I had a different experience. It was surreal to see Corbin on a comic book character.
Yeah.
And it was surreal to me to be that into Corbin with a Marvel comic,
Right.
and a writer I didn't like, and I was still had my socks blown off by that series.
I would apologize for what I'm about to say, but it's stuck in my head, and I'm not able to move on if I don't get it out.
Yeah.
But John Candy. It's that line in the Heavy Metal movie where Den is looking at the queen, and she's like all naked, looking at him with her big boobs, and he's like, she had big, beautiful eyes. And I hear John Candy saying that. I'm like, she had the most beautiful big eyes. I'm like,
Yeah. It's a classic Canadian movie.
the cheers, yeah.
Yeah.
Vidal Corbin didn't mesmerize me until that Cage story. Before then, he was kind of, I liked him.
Well, by the time he got to do Banner, when Quesada came on and started pulling the indie guys in, Allred and all them, by that time I was like, of course Corbin should be on the Hulk, and I was like, 4-issue miniseries, I'll take it. But to me, I was like, I want more Corbin on the Hulk. Can you imagine Peter David and Corbin doing the Hulk? You know what I mean? I mean, really, seriously. I mean,
that just we mentioned Kevin Eastman before, and I was trying to remember something. I think it was this week or last week. Kevin Eastman did an alternate cover for Marvel on The Thing.
Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome.
Cheers to Canada. And it was just weird seeing Kevin Eastman draw The Thing.
Yeah.
But it kind of fit his style.
And then I also had the same effect with Bernie Wrightson, seeing him do anything Marvel, like that the Hooky graphic novel.
Oh, yeah.
Wait a minute. He did two things. But anyway, whichever one was The Thing and the Hulk, I never got a hold of that. But I've seen that cover so many times. I've had my hands on it at cons or something.
I have the Brazilian edition.
There you go. It's still, Wrightson doing anything Marvel doesn't feel right to me. Yeah.
Paolo should get that on a T-shirt. I have the Brazilian edition. He has to say it so often that.
Yeah, I gotta get the guys from the foreign comics collecting group here.
Yeah.
The thing is, getting all of them together is kind of hard. That's why they stopped doing their own shows.
Oh yeah.
Because there's just the fact that one is in England and the other one's in New Mexico makes it hard for them to get together on a live show.
Hey man, we always manage it, so tell them to get off their asses and
The center cannot hold.
YouTube needs to get on the ball with the closed captioning so I can watch your show where you guys have the audacity to use your native language. I could see the passion.
Earlier today, he had who was it on there? There was like an Irish guy.
Yeah, early on, I was with Gray Man and an Irish guy I know called Jay Fairclaw.
An English guy on too.
Yeah, that was Gray Man.
All I know is I'm sitting here drawing as I'm listening to him. I'm like, I can't understand the two guys who speak English.
No, because Gray has that thick London accent. He's from London, and Jay Fairclaw is Irish, and he's actually moved to Canada. He married a Canadian woman.
Well, there you go. Good man.
Jared, you need to check out
graphic. Very good mic either.
You need to check it
harder to understand.
Yeah, you need to check out the Graphic Man channel. I mean, Paolo.
Oh yeah,
knows more than I do, but I got to jump on there last night with those guys, and I tried to sit back and just kind of listen a little bit more and stuff, and it was a good time. It was Strange Life was on there, and
Strange Life decided to show up because you were there. He wasn't really planning on going yesterday. Charlton 66 had to miss out, and Dr. Silver Rage is currently on the bench because he has a retina problem.
Yeah, I mean, I know it didn't blow anybody away, but behind the scenes, that was a big reunion. That was actually really cool to see him. I mean, yeah,
that's the channel Paolo goes on when he wants to feel like a teenager again.
Yeah, I'm the youngest fossil.
Oh, no, I visited with Bob Wyachek today.
Speaking of Graphic Man,
he just had to have surgery on his hand, on his arm. He had to have a plate put in.
Who is this?
Bob Wyachek.
Wyachek. Oh wow.
Yeah. But he was doing well, but he's got a big cast on his arm.
I don't know what it was, but Wyachek. I mean, I know you're friends with him stuff, but I didn't realize he was inking in the 70s.
Oh yeah.
I was playing around, putting stuff up, and I would just kind of open it and look at it and stuff, and I was like, "Oh my god!" I never knew.
We were just discussing with Paolo earlier that the Guardians of the Galaxy over Al Milgrom was his first Marvel work.
See, I never put that together. I just had that box out. It's right here beside me with the Guardians of the Galaxy stuff in it, man. I never put together it was Wyachek.
Yeah.
I don't know how long I will stream. We managed to do 4 hours 15 minutes in my earlier stream, so I'm not sure if I can.
I just took care of some stuff and have decided I'm committed. I thought I was going to get off at 7:30. I just wanted to hang out for a little bit, but I'm having a good time. Oh no! I'm being attacked.
Okay. Here's a cat attack. I hope that means we're gonna get about 20 people watching this just because there's a cat.
Yeah, I think so. Probably.
Yeah. Get it to do something funny. I just fed her, so she might be lovable. Yeah.
The next comic I got this week was Time Before Time. What number is this? 8. And this is one that the first issue was an A, then it kind of went down to B, and now it's getting back up to A again. I'm really enjoying this second story arc. This guy's got a sort of Mike Mignola-ish style. And it's this story, I guess you'd call it a time travel story, but it's more of a gangster type story because there's these two different groups who control time travel, and they control it for profit, kind of. And they're making money off of helping people escape in time and stuff like that. But the first story arc was all about this one guy who worked for them. and wanted to quit working for them, trying to escape. And he kind of escaped, but in this second story arc, he's still trying to figure out what he's going to do. But all the different elements have come together in an interesting way. So I'm really enjoying this second story arc. And there was like in between the two, it's written by Declan Shalvey and Rory McConville, and Joe Palmer is the artist doing this sort of Mike Mignola-ish style. And but in between the two story arcs was a single issue that Declan Shalvey drew himself, and that one was really good. So, like I said, this one was an A, then a B. Now it's back to the Time Bandits up here. You could say they were Time Bandits, but not the Time Bandits you're thinking of. So
no drunken midgets with spaghetti strainers on their head?
Nope, none of those. But lots of gangsters with guns. And we just got this little robot with big eyes. Where is he? He was the one I was... we just got this robot just showed up, and he's kind of short. Whoops. He's a new character. I don't know where he's going, but this one's picked up again. I'm enjoying it. Time before time. All right, we can go back to everyone now. There we go.
Oh, Crack's gone. I'll just save it then. But when I took the cat out there and stuff, I decided I have a setup out here where I'm finally getting some room for shelves down here in the downstairs to put out the movies. So I got a few things, but I have the heavy metal issue. That's a back issue I bought. That's what they use for the cover.
That artist just died, didn't he?
Well, yes, I'm 99% sure he was. I've not gone back to do it because it's been a bit of an emotional month when it comes to comics, man. I'm not exaggerating. I'm not trying to be cute. I'm really upset about the George Perez situation right now. So I can't take any more news,
Sleepy Reader dropped Time Before Time.
We had the very best of heavy metal from like 80. Yeah. I don't know who did that cover. And then we had the heavy metal best of Mobius.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. Love this stuff.
Always fun to see Mobius, isn't it?
Yeah. Great stuff in there. And these were like $2.95 back in the day, which would probably be like a $20 book by today's standard.
Do you know how much heavy metal is now? It's like $12. So.
Yeah, I see most magazines are $10 to $12, and thus I don't get, But September of 81, I don't think that was a coincidence. They put out this issue around the same year that the movie came out.
Right.
So it's a Mobius design. And it
blows
my mind. Huh?
Is that the one I just bought the series about, Tarna?
Yeah. The way I understand it, and that's kind of why I was hoping Crack was here. That's what made me think about it. I mean, this might be a good time, but the way I understand Tarna was a Mobius design. I don't know if it's a Mobius story that they based it on.
I was told she was just like a visual from the movie or something, because when I bought that Tarna magazine, I mean the Tarna comic that came out this year, and we're showing it off, people were like, "Oh," I was like, "I don't even know who this is."
Yeah,
I'm good for now.
I'm not sure if it's Mobius, but it's definitely something that was just in the movie. It didn't come from heavy metal previously, but I'm not sure who the original creator was.
Yeah. Okay. Because the black and red design that came out, I mean, there were still heavy 70s influences, and the best way I can think about it design wise, just from like reading this stuff, you know what I mean, is if you go back to the Bakshi Lord of the Rings, that fantasy feel where everybody had chainmail or just, I mean, it wasn't very aesthetic pleasing. You know what I mean? Everything sort of hung off, bad haircuts. Tarna pops up in the movie, man, and she's slicked out in black and red, showing some skin. It's still functional. Of course, I suspected it was a Mobius design as I got older because of the featherless chicken that she rode. You know what I mean? That's a Mobius thing.
By the way, how do you even pronounce two A's in a row? I say Tarna, but is that supposed to be Terna? I'm like, how do you pronounce two A's in a row?
It's a cultural thing, brother. Cultural,
Is it just supposed to be alien looking? Is that it?
Why do you have the letter X in a language but you pronounce it Z? Who figures that out if they're not from there? Okay, I mean, there's real world problems out there with a pronunciation there, Gary.
The English language never puts two A's in a row. It's not an E.
Yeah. So I highly recommend the Heavy Metal movie. You know, as we said, you know, Canada's finest. But I think that movie goes hand in hand with Ralph Bakshi's Wizards.
Oh, dude, yeah.
Okay. Charlton 66 and I are huge fans of this. I actually saw this surrounded by a bunch of 70s hippies at a community college that's still here when I was 5. They had a double feature, and this is where I saw that on 35 millimeter or whatever it was. Changed my life, man. Baudet, I was hooked from then. I had to know, you know.
You know what? The sci-fi. The idea of sci-fi just popped into my head as you were talking about those. Now show some Walt Kelly.
Okay, hold on.
I was just reading an article this week about Kirsten Dunst and her career and how she's underrated, blah, 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 blah. But they mentioned this one Kirsten Dunst movie, which was Melancholia or something. It's like, oh, Kirsten Dunst plays this woman on her wedding night who's all depressed and goes and takes a bath in the middle of her wedding, and she's so depressed she does this stuff. And they're like, meanwhile in the movie, another planet is crashing into Earth. And I'm like, that's
the good.
She's depressed.
Yeah, that's the good sci-fi. You know,
well, I'd be depressed too.
I think the French come up with some of the best sci-fi. Barbarella, you know, Planet of the Apes was a French novel. You know, and everything like that. Here's the Walt Kelly, just because I was challenged. That's the best I can do right now. Epic Comics, Walt Kelly, Springtime Tales.
Yeah, Gore, I'm going to have to go watch Melancholia now. Just, it's got me curious.
And Paolo, since you're here, what is the correct pronunciation of René Laloux? I know I'm saying it wrong.
Let me see.
Gotta go up around the title. Where is it? Oh, it's up there.
René Laloux.
Yeah.
The X is silent.
Right. Fantastic Planet from the 73 is just
incredible.
Phenomenal. Yeah, it's incredible. Yep. And I could actually use this as sort of as a little bit of ASMR to fall asleep to, but that's not a reflection of that. It's bad. It's brilliant. Okay. Humans are turned into pets and they're pretty rough with us. It's interesting, but this guy also did a great movie called Gandahar, which was called Light Years here in America. I have 2 VHS tapes of it, and you can find it free on YouTube.
And I think Gandahar had Mobius involvement as well too, just to tie into what you were saying earlier.
Absolutely, yeah. Asimov had a hand in it somehow, maybe with the translation. I'm not sure.
I would just like to point out that Tim was just complaining that English has X's that are pronounced by Z's. France has X's you don't pronounce at all. What's it there for?
Well, France has given me more cultural significance in my little bubble in this room. So even, you know, I crack on the French, but it's out of love, you know.
And I would also say for Fantastic Planet, grab the I think it was Criterion that did a version. Unbelievable, because it's chock full of extras, interviews with the director. I think there's even a short film of his previous to that that's included on it. So
that and Bakshi's Frank Frazetta's Fire and Ice are impossible for me to find around here. Period. Okay.
And look who's just
smiling, Scott Connor.
All right, what's up?
Holy hell, it's the OG Scott Connor.
Made a very controversial films. Making the Waves, Emily Watson, Pornography, and Antichrist. Okay.
William Dafoe. Yeah.
I don't know if I've seen any of those, but I'm going to watch Melancholia now.
Early Bakshi stuff, Heavy Traffic, which is fantastic. He has a He has a Jewish father, a Catholic mother. They try to kill each other all the time. This is when Bakshi was trying to tell you that Disney was lying to you. So he was giving you a realistic version of New York, and he uses a live action. It's bookend with live action of these two characters, and he's playing pinball. So he was trying to be fancy and say that this game of pinball at the beginning was symbolic of life.
Yeah.
But this is it's called Heavy Traffic, but it's a heavy movie to watch. You may need a shower.
actually came to Winnipeg many years ago as part of an animation celebration, and he screened American Pop, but just talking about all his films. And another one to find out, I think it did actually eventually get a Blu-ray release, is Coonskin, and it's phenomenal as well too.
Yeah.
Like he's got some incredible stuff in his own Bakshi kind of style, right? So it's good stuff.
I saw that one when I was in college. The alternate title was what, Street Fight?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, it's that may have been the first Bakshi movie that I saw.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, mine was Wizards. Before you got on here, I showed Wizards real quick there.
Gotcha.
Last one I got here is I'm not sure who does this. I used to know. I actually have a video from 10 years ago talking about this. But Star Chaser from the mid 80s. It's rotoscoped, but it's it's pretty heavy sci-fi there a little bit. But it's from the 80s, so of course there's a magic sword involved. But basically, some of these people are enslaved underground, and they've been taught that they're slaves who are doing nothing but mining underground, and they've been taught through generations that to go up is to go to hell. So you want to dig down to get to heaven. And then they come out, and it's like this Star Wars future. When he finally reaches at the ground, you find out this is like way up in the future with high technology. So those two contradictions, those work really well together.
Tim, I have a question. All right, so if they've spent their entire lives underground,
What concept of outside do they have?
yeah, I mean, how would they know up from down? How would they?
Well, gravity still works.
Well, they just kind of moved I get what you're saying.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Yeah,
It does. Yeah, it doesn't really address any of that stuff. It's just a plot point to show that these are the people who are enslaved, and here's the good guys, here's the bad guys, and
physics be damned.
Yeah. Beautiful animation, little lazy on the plot if we want to go that far with it.
Yeah.
And then of course there's Vampire Hunter D that everybody should check out at some point. There's 2 of them. I think these are free on YouTube also if you want to play around.
Okay.
Yeah, a little fun there.
And somebody who always puts out an A-level comic, Terry Moore's Serial, 9 of 10. So this one's only got 1 more issue. And this is our little 12-year-old girl here who is really an ageless demon. And this, you can't really tell it's a woman because she shaved her head, is a serial killer she's been hunting down because she killed her childhood friend.
Does that tie into Rachel Rising in any way?
Yes, this character is originally from Rachel Rising. Her name is Zoe. And it's just, it's Terry Moore, so it's always good. And she's trying to kill this, and you don't really feel she's in a lot of danger because she is really an old demon, so you don't worry about her dying. But still, she's in a 12-year-old girl body, so she had the kind of tables turned on her near the end. But with 1 more issue left, I'm pretty sure she's getting out of it. But it's just been a good. Terry Moore is just such a good storyteller. He may not make very interesting YouTube videos, but damn, can he make a good comic?
Yeah.
Have you ever watched his channel on YouTube?
No, I've never seen.
Oh, he's
He
got
has a
one.
channel?
Yeah, he's got a channel on YouTube now. He puts out a video, and he and his wife put out a video on Sundays. It's not terrible or anything. It's just kind of, and it might be more interesting for people who aren't familiar with the process because he gives tips and stuff. But it's kind of very mellow. Very mellow. I don't really want to put down his YouTube channel too much because it's not terrible. Like I said, I just find it a little dull sometimes. It's a little Bob Ross-ish.
So are you.
Yeah. His comics are more dynamic than he is. That's all. Yeah, I like to. Yeah, I can see how people would like them.
I've met him at Baltimore Con twice, man. Very nice man.
Yeah, extremely. His
Yeah,
wife
I met
is
him
very nice
a couple
too.
times at Heroes Con too.
Oh, I didn't know he made it to Heroes Con. Okay.
Yeah, he was really interested in a Roy Krenkel book I had.
Nice.
He saw us carrying it around, and he kind of perked up. He's like, "Can I see that?" I'm sure, and I handed him, and looking through it like a little kid.
Oh, a crinkle.
Like, this is great.
My friend Ed has a Roy Crinkle piece of original art.
Terry Moore's wife has a little spice to it. I love that.
Yeah. She's got a little more personality than he does.
Scott, you think you're gonna make it to Heroes Con this year? If so, we need to get together in the future after tax time, see about getting a room or something if you want.
Depends on money.
Yeah, it's the 40th anniversary, so yeah.
Depends on money. If they have somebody I'm really interested in seeing, that would be even more impetus to go. But
they haven't had one in 2 years, so I'm sitting here like, I know what's going to happen. I'm going to wake up Friday morning at 6 o'clock in the morning.
Moore is a bit of a Mr. Rogers. he really does have some good tool advice and stuff, like advice on drawing and advice on tools. I just know it all already. That's
he used
but
to
if you've never heard it before, it's good advice. If I'd been watching those videos in 1984, I would have loved them.
He was one of the artists that Wizard gave a few pages to teach you how to draw, and his big thing was showing you don't do profile, don't do straight away, you do a 3/4, that kind of stuff. And Wizard collected all of those pages from their magazines of having like Bart Sears, Terry Moore, Howard Adams, all these people come in, and you cannot find them. They're actually worth big bucks for people wanting the art lessons that they've taken out of those Wizard magazines. So
the only problem I have with his how-tos are his style is so specific and refined that I don't know if it's going to be helpful for. He's on like step 40. If you're on step 1 or 2, I imagine it'd be tough to learn. For like his style, he's so talented, and his style is so. I mean, he's just been working on it for so long.
Yeah.
There's stuff he can't show you.
I've watched Dave Finch a little bit on his YouTube channel. I mean, fantastic channel. You know, he draws in front of you and does all this stuff. And even though he thinks he's really slowing down and showing you, this guy can draw wrinkles in his sleep and cross-hatching in his sleep. Like, you know, he thinks he's slowing down, but he's doing stuff to where you can just tell he's just on a whole different plane of existence.
Yeah,
and it only makes sense to him because he's doing it. The way he applies blacks and things, you're like, what's he doing? It's blotching it up. And then all of a sudden, I don't know what happens. It's like you have a mini seizure for a nanosecond, and it's like perfect when you come back, you know.
And it's like, you know, sometimes when I'm teaching students, you forget what they don't know. So it's like sometimes I'm showing them how to do something, and they're like, wait, hold on, what's going on? I'm confused. And I realize they don't know basic steps 2 through 4 that I take for granted and think everyone knows.
Right.
And I think it could be that. Like I said, Terry Moore's got some good basic videos there too, but I think sometimes, like I said, his stuff is so advanced that I'm like, I don't know if that people can jump from basic to advanced in his stuff, because like I said, it's so advanced that there's a huge gap there between what he's showing you and what he can do sometimes that I'm like, ooh,
right.
I wonder if that's going to help anyone. It's interesting.
People keep watching evidently. So.
I think sometimes, you know, I don't want to say the word osmosis, but I think sometimes if you just watch art lessons and watch people draw and just kind of immerse yourself into that, you're able to like start doing new things before you know it, just because you've exposed
I think
yourself
that's also being interested in it. You have to kind of, it's not really osmosis, it's being interested in it. So little bits and pieces, even just watching it and not doing, you pick up and stick in your brain. So then when you actually try to do it, you remember some bits and pieces.
Well, I've heard painters. I've heard the story from 3 or 4 different painters over the years, so I really don't know if it's a real lesson or what they're doing, but grain of salt. But basically, they're saying that there was a guy they wanted the teacher. You get into this class, they had everybody get some graphite or something and draw. Okay, then he was like, now erase what you did. And he made everybody do it 3 times. And then the last thing he did is he had them rip it. And the people who were more a lot of people flipped out, and what they were looking for is that, do you have a joy of doing the art, or are you stuck on the final piece acting like it's sacred? And they always take the people who have the joy of the process. They just enjoy doing it.
Right.
You know?
It was interesting.
I think some of that osmosis you were talking about earlier, I think that comes though from a base of you have that kind of inherent talent, right? So that osmosis maybe changes you to kind of some sort of figure or some sort of line weight, something like that, or even storytelling point. I think there's still that inherent kind of magic.
I don't think
you know,
I don't think it's
that
inherent
base.
talent. I think it's more interest.
Yeah, hey, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I figure the reason you had the people tear the things up is you could figure out who could afford to buy art supplies that way.
Those weren't the true artists that could afford to buy the supplies.
I think inherent talent is a real thing.
Yeah.
There's such a thing as inherent talent, or at least an affinity for certain talents. Like I always point out that I not only have no musical talent, I can't grasp musical concepts for very long.
You fit in the music industry perfectly.
Yeah.
I don't know what notes are.
Right.
You can explain to me what notes are, and I'll get it. Tomorrow, I won't know what a note is.
Yeah.
Right.
Like, and that's a basic musical thing. Yeah, you have to. Now, but meanwhile, I found out I can make music with something like GarageBand because I'm good with patterns. I can take the musical patterns and put them together. But never in a million years would I be able to play that instrument or sing because
interesting.
Yeah. Remember when you said Terry Moore's like he's on step 40 and
right.
he forgets people that hasn't won? I've seen 8, 9, 10-year-old kids never pick up a pencil before, and when they start out, they're on step 40. I've seen
they're not on step 40. You have to it's that kind of talent is very rare, but I can tell you the most having gone through art school and first of all, there's different natural talents for like within an area. Like my most natural talent for art is with composition. I can arrange things perfectly. But that's not a natural talent that's easy to see when your drawing and painting is terrible. I didn't discover that was my natural talent till later on. Meanwhile, if your natural talent is to be able to draw something that looks like the thing, like you can draw a picture of a chair that everybody goes, "Oh wow, that's a great chair. I know that chair. Oh wow, that looks just like that looks just like George Clooney. You captured him perfectly." Right. That type of natural talent gets noticed and encouraged. Right. What it is though is the kids in school who have that type of natural talent are really good in school up to a point. Then all of a sudden, when you're out of school and they're competing with professionals who have been who have had that talent for 25 years, they stop drawing. They can't do it because they never had to work at it.
That's right.
They didn't have to work at it in their life. They didn't have to work at it
about obsession comes into play, right? Like you have to get that initial step, and then once you kind of get exposed to that other world, then that's the drive that gets you to that next level. But I don't think you ever get to even that first step without having some inherent talent where I can draw that chair that looks like a chair, that representation.
I've kind of thing, I've known plenty of people, myself included, who couldn't draw a chair to save their life at the beginning.
Right.
But
was it good enough for people to recognize it was a chair, though?
What was that?
Yeah. Was it good enough for people to recognize that it was a chair? I think that's kind of what I'm talking about.
But
this kind of there's still an innate kind of base.
That has to do with what I call the Da Vinci effect. Like I said, that's just one talent within art, but that's the talent that gets recognized and encouraged most. When your natural talent is composition, that doesn't get recognized and encouraged. You need to be self-motivated in order to do it. But there's something I call the Da Vinci effect in art and drawing and painting, is that we all want to be Da Vinci.
Yeah.
we all want to be able to draw and paint like Da Vinci because he's the number one, artist in our culture, kind of, even all these years later. And you have to be able to put that aside and be yourself, which is really, really hard.
Mm-hmm.
That's how big the encouragement to be Da Vinci is too. So, and that's something, the biggest artist of the 20th century, Picasso, that's something he had to get over.
Right.
Because if you look at all Picasso's early work, he was trying to be Da Vinci like everybody else. And, it was the beginning of modern art. So he had to even stop that. So it's like that's why, there's lots of different ways to have that talent, but being like Da Vinci is the talent that gets encouraged. But you don't need that particular talent to be successful as an artist. And it also brings us to
that's even more of a fluke, though, because I mean, Picasso is a great example, right? Like this idea of the inherent kind of self within your art, where it's this real kind of raw, like this is just me and my visualization of what's around me, and whether that's accepted or not. That's almost the fluke part of art, where it's if that's because that could easily be just not accepted by anybody, and this is just a piece of shit. What the fuck are you drawing here? Yeah. But it just so happened that it was like it's something that resonated, right?
Yeah, he came along at the right time too. I'm not sure he would have been accepted for that had he lived in the 1700s.
Absolutely,
he would have painted he would have painted like Da Vinci. But this guy right here, George Petty and the Petty Girls. I've been into reading. I read a book on him this week, and I got these cards with his paintings on them. But he was a really big illustrator in the 30s, 40s, and 50s. And that's in the book. I learned the term pinup wasn't invented until 1942 in England during the war. So he was like a pinup artist before the term was even invented. But he was one of these guys who didn't consider himself an artist. He was an illustrator. He was like, I'd much rather be admired for being a businessman, which he was a good businessman. But he was like, if you didn't pay me, I wouldn't pick up a pencil. And he grew up sort of in the commercial, and also at this time in the 30s and 40s, illustrators were rock stars.
Yeah.
Everybody knew them. Everybody knew their names, and they were one of the best jobs to have in America. So he started sort of in the graphic arts. He's the guy who made the airbrush into a artistic tool, and the reason he learned it was he was touching up negatives with the airbrush. So he was in that whole print side because that's where his family came from. But he always kept his eye. He wasn't successful till he was 40. He kept his eye on being an illustrator because it was a really, really good job. But like that, he learned to draw because that's where the money was. So, and a lot of these, and he started the famous artist school. He was one of the 10 guys who started the famous artist school, 10 famous illustrators. And they were all like, their whole philosophy is just about anyone can learn to be an artist, because just come to our school and follow these steps, because that's what they all did. So natural talent only gets you so far unless you're a phenom, and there are some people who have been phenoms.
And when you have the motivation to make money to keep your family afloat, it's a big deal.
Mm-hmm. Like Neil Adams always said that if you're not a successful comic artist at 19, you never will be. But there's plenty of people who have defied that.
Well, hell, I mean, when did Orson Welles start kind of, in his 40s, right? So there's this idea. Yeah. Oh, was he really young? Sorry.
He was really young.
Maybe I'm confusing with
started doing radio plays in his teens, if I'm not mistaken.
I meant as a director.
That War of the Worlds was he created his Orson Welles. I think F for Fake is one of his greatest movies that came out in the 70s. But besides that, people like the general thing you hear about Orson Welles was he was washed up by 30. I don't believe that.
That would hurt my feelings.
That's kind of when he quit Hollywood after I don't remember how, it may have been 35. I don't remember what his exact age was, but yeah, he started real young. He got this big break. But to the whole 19 thing with Neil Adams, Chris Bacalo is one of the best examples of that. I can remember, Chris Bacalo, his work in the 90s I really enjoyed, and most people think he's a talented guy. I can't remember if it appeared in Marvel Age or something like that. He sent in his Marvel samples from when he was like 20, 21 or something like that.
Yeah.
And they look terrible. You would never, if you were to look at those samples, you would never think that guy would turn into Chris Bacalo. Because they were like generic teenage bad Marvel superhero pages
Right.
that 1,000 teenagers send in to Marvel. But he, learned to draw like himself, and bam, he became a pretty big artist.
I've seen some pictures of work that Frank Frazetta did at the age of 11 that could have been professionally published.
He was more of a phenom.
He was that good.
Definitely more of a phenom than most.
All right, guys, I want to bow out. Y'all have a Merry Christmas. Good
All
to
right,
see
you
everybody. And Paolo, thanks for having me on, man. This 2 nights in a row. Well played.
Yeah.
Good to see you,
Good to see
Tim.
everybody. Good to see you guys.
Later, man.
Later, man.
Later, Tim.
So what did I miss earlier?
Best chair drawing is in the advertisement by Charles Atlas that got kicked over. Did Gil Kane's cat turn up his nose? No, I could barely tell Gil Kane's cat had a nose.
Well, definition of talent. Can you draw cats better than Gil Kane?
And can you draw Fat Freddy's cat?
I'm going to dedicate my life to drawing Gil Kane's cat. Graphic. My obsession with comics made me a better drawer in school, but I stayed at that high school level the rest of my life. Sleepy reader, yeah. That happens. I could study music the rest of my life, and I'd never be more than a mediocre musician. That's just sometimes that's
the
how
way you described it earlier. It sounds to me like, I'm going to use guitar as an analogy, like you would have problems creating chords, but you'd be awesome at playing scales.
I don't know what a chord is.
It's a group of
A scale is just boom, boom, boom,
playing
boom,
simultaneously.
boom, right?
Sure, but that's where that innate kind of interest comes from, though, right? Like, you don't need to know like the basics. It's whether you have it in you to begin
I
with,
can
right?
remember being in the set. Well, first, it started in the 5th grade.
Yeah.
With chorus. When I didn't want to be in chorus, they made me be in chorus, and I was in the entire winter of 5th grade in chorus. I had to pretend I was singing because I had no idea what was going on.
Right.
And like I said, I was a good student. Never in any class did I not have any idea what was math class, science class. I'm good at that. Music class, I just had no idea what was going on. And then in the 7th grade, in the music class, they made us take extra credit melodica, which is this little wind instrument that you blow on and press these little keys. And I couldn't follow along. I had no idea what was happening. I was like,
they just give you the comb with the tissue paper instead.
I just pretended I was playing it till I was like, I can't do this. I have to go. It was like it was an extra credit. I don't want extra credit. I don't know what I'm doing. Yeah. But and that's what it is. I know you're supposed to move your fingers and get notes when you blow, but I didn't know what a note was. I couldn't get being that I didn't know what a note was, I couldn't get my fingers to move in the right way to make the notes because there was like no difference. I mean, I could tell there was different sound coming out of the melodica, but how to organize that sound made no sense to me.
He just needed auto-tune way back then.
And to this day, I remember in first class learning ta ta ti ti ta, tiri tiri ta ta ti ti ta. I still have no idea what it means. I don't know. Why did they make me learn that? What is ta ta ti ti ta?
If you don't know what tatas are at that age, we're not going to be able to.
But that's how, and like I also saw this. Like I'm good at math. You can throw my head automatically adds numbers up. And subtracts. But it's like in the early days of fantasy football, in the early '90s, before the internet, if you were playing fantasy football, what you did was you got fantasy football magazines that had stats in them, and you had to analyze the stats yourself.
Right.
You know, you had to analyze, you had to add and subtract stuff and see what it took basic rudimentary math skills.
Yeah.
And my friend John also used to do this with me.
Mm-hmm.
But he was no good at, and that's when I first learned, when I first saw some, it's like, and he's a smart guy, but he just has no math talent. So I would like throw numbers at him that my brain would automatically add up.
Right.
And he'd look at me like I was speaking Greek.
Yeah.
And I'd be like, oh, this is what he means when he says he's no good at math.
It surprises me how many people never memorize the multiplication tables.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But I think people who are not good at math don't really know what multiplication tables are. That has something to do with it. Like I said, I would just, you could throw me a string of numbers and I'd understand it.
Right.
The big takeover. Here we go.
I'm just here to keep an eye on Terrence.
Where's La Raza?
Excellent.
Make
Thanks,
sure he doesn't
Damien.
give away any secrets.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Yeah, we just need La Raza now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly right.
Oh.
Take over this stream.
I just think it's exciting to be on Paulo's channel. I don't think I've ever done that before.
No, nobody's ever on my channel.
It's a very rare chance.
This
Me
might
and
be the
Tim were
first
on,
time
and
I'm
Paulo were on
Paulo's
Gus's channel, but that was it.
Mm-hmm.
And I think this is the first time I'm talking to Damien live too.
You know,
First time
that
I'm
might
talking to
be.
Terrence live.
We have chatted so much in non-live
I
ways
know.
that I feel like we've been talking for years.
Yeah, because in comment sections we've talked for ages.
It's
Yeah,
like that
and on
cartoon where
Twitter.
you're introducing two characters to
Twitter.
each other, and it just keeps going on and never stops.
Memorization of the multiplication table is no longer taught in most elementary schools. Okay.
No, I run through them with my daughter though. We've been running through our 10 and 11s times tables just because
Ooh.
she can wrap her hand around it just mentally, right? So she can figure it out mentally. So
From what I understand, most people stop at 12 by 12.
Yeah. Well,
Right.
I remember. I think
But they don't
you
teach
could-
it anymore, just here also.
It's like you could stop at 10, but like for showing off or extra credit, you went up to 12. It was kind of
right,
Yeah.
right.
13. Yeah, people can't. 13 is probably the highest the highest prime number that people can't visualize anymore.
Well,
Mhm.
13 is also close enough to 12 by 12 where you can just do it really quickly in your head, too.
Mm-hmm. And that's the thing. I've seen something once that the reason why 13 is the unlucky number is precisely it's a prime number. You can't decompose it in an easy way.
Right.
Actually, that's the reason why a 12-based system is better than a 10-based system, because the 12 is decomposable in 6 by 2 and 4 by 3,
Right.
and the 10 is only in 5 by 2. But you can't decompose the 13 and turn it into a square.
Yeah, you can do thirds and quarters in base 12. But 10 has 10 fingers. That's the advantage. You keep
That's
track
why
of things
I'm
on your
counting
fingers.
base 10, yeah.
World problems are being introduced in kindergarten. Word problems. That's a nightmare.
No, actually, I don't think that's a bad thing, because I've seen studies where kids, if they're introduced to concepts in an earlier age, they're nowhere near as afraid of making mistakes in front of their peers and being judged at it.
Mhm.
Maybe that's why they do it then.
They latch on to word problems easier at an earlier age just for that reason. So,
Let's see. The last two comics I got this week, one of them was Radiant Black. Issue number 11 is this? After the craziness of issue number 10, issue number 11 seems tame.
Yeah, 10 is the only one I picked up because that Blacklight issue.
And that looks a lot like.
He's back to the kind of the real, still nicely, but he's back to the real world and dealing with this real life in this one. Back to the major plot line. 10 was like this Doctor Strange, Dread Dormammu existence, but not really that influenced by Ditko. They had great visuals in it. But this, we're back to the plot line, and it's been pretty good. I liked this issue. I liked how it brought us back to reality. It was a nice issue. Has anyone else been reading Radiant Black? Have you been sleepy?
No, I missed out on that one.
Okay.
I might in trades if you keep saying good things about it.
It's solid. It really is a solid kind of story. He compared it to the Power Rangers, but that means nothing to me.
Me either. Maybe that's why I didn't pick it up.
I think these two guys actually did Power Rangers comics too.
I didn't like Power Rangers and I was in the target demographic. I was 12 when it was on TV here.
Well, your cousin Marcelo Costa is doing a nice job drawing this one.
Yeah, that does look visually interesting.
Yeah. Like that last issue, the Black Light one that Sleepy got. The writer is Kyle Higgins and Joe Clark. The artist is Marcelo Costa. The colorist is Matea. Is that an L? Lacono. The letterer is Becca Carey. But I've been enjoying, by a bunch of people I hadn't heard from. They do a solid job.
Hasn't Kyle Higgins been in the industry for a while?
Yeah, I think so. I think that he mentioned. Is that the Blacklight one?
I think he did a lot of DC work before the New 52.
I think he said that he did a lot of stuff for Power Rangers and licensed stuff. I'd never pick up. So yeah, just this crazy sort of afterlife world that he had to go into and do stuff with.
I'm surprised to find out there's something that Damien hasn't read.
There are so many comics out there, even though I read so much. I feel like I read a small bit.
By the way, Damien, I don't think you were here for this part. Since on my webcomic blog every week, I write what comics I bought this week. I did it even before YouTube, so it goes back 15 years.
Wow.
For some reason, it struck me just this week that I can easily count up how many comics I bought in a year because they're all in.
You have the record.
I have the record. So I actually did for this year, counting this week's, I bought 368 comics.
Wow.
That's my I was like, I've never paid attention to that number before. I'm like, that's a fair amount of comics.
Basically,
Do you track yours there, Damien?
I do not. I wonder if on CL. I mean, I put them all in CLZ. I wonder if there's a way to just have me
to filter
have
or
CLZ
something,
show me
yeah.
just
Filter by
2021, and then I could count them.
Mm-hmm.
It's
But,
more than 368.
It's more than that.
That's
Especially since you buy
one
back
day every day. Yeah.
I'm just quickly doing 12 times 52. I bought a minimum of 624 comics. That's true, I would guess. Because I easily average 12 comics a week.
Right.
And that's not counting all the extra stuff I pick up. Like I grabbed a bunch of back issues today when I got to my shop.
Yeah, and then when you buy giant size Fantastic Galactus size Fantastic Four hardcovers.
Right. Oh yeah, I'm sure that I bought, I don't know, 75 hardcovers this year or something. I've gone crazy during COVID. It's literally insane.
I only bought one book at my LCS. I've gotten stuff for cheap on Amazon here and there. But the Monsters book was the only one I actually bought at my LCS.
The Barry Windsor Smith book?
Yeah,
like most of us, yeah. What back issues did you get there, Damien?
For for some reason, I was listening to Longbox Review, and he always talks about the Legion of Superheroes. So when I saw some Legion of Superheroes there, I grabbed them. This one has a Mike Grell cover, and I wanted to see if I actually liked Mike Grell's Legion of Superheroes as I did as a kid. So I grabbed that. I just went to the shop today, so I haven't even looked inside any of these.
It doesn't take much to influence Damien to buy something.
No.
Yeah.
Someone mentioned this comic somewhere, so
yes.
Hey,
it's a comic. I'll buy it.
And then, you know,
Yeah, exactly.
So,
I didn't get a chance to ask Grell about his Legion of Superheroes work because I when we did the panel in Comic Con Portugal, the idea I had was that we're going to talk about the universes he created, and so I ended up not talking about working with other writers like he did in Legion.
Right. Well, when you interview Grell, you probably can only cover so much in a given interview.
Yeah, we had about an hour, and the guy he talked. I have like a total 2 minutes of combined sound from my end, and then he just went on and on and on. But it was pretty interesting.
I mean, I like this Grell cover, so maybe I will
pink
find
in
I
there,
still
yeah.
like Grell interiors. He was very obviously a Neil Adams clone at this time.
Yeah.
And I've heard him say that it was when he saw the Neil Adams Green Lantern in the 60s while he was in Vietnam that inspired him to go back to comics, you know, as a reader and then as an artist.
He did mention that its biggest influences were newspaper strips.
Did he? Oh, okay.
Yeah, and he did a 2-year stint on Tarzan in the early 80s.
Ah, I did not know that. Well, you can see that in his later work, you know, in Sable and that kind of stuff. You can see those kind of influences. But back at this point, it was very Neil Adams.
I gave my Warlords away to a friend a few years ago. I read them. I reread them for the first time since the 80s and enjoyed it and went, what are the odds I ever reread these again? And my friend Rob wanted them. I was like, here you go.
I wonder if this is a Murphy Anderson cover or someone like that. I can't quite recognize the artwork.
I can see why you would think that. It's got
It
that
might be
vibe
him
to it.
inking it.
Or who's the other guy who did a lot of DC covers back then?
Nick Cardy.
Nick Cardy. I wonder if it's either Nick Cardy or Murphy.
I don't. That doesn't look like it. Might be Murphy Anderson over Nick Cardy.
over
That doesn't look like-
someone. Yeah.
That doesn't look like Nick Cardy inking, but I usually see Nick Cardy inking himself. I think on the cover.
Well, I will eventually look it up. Like I
Okay.
managed to get the comic book store, and I've been busy doing other.
but that's a 70s one, right? 1970s.
25 cents. Yeah, so it
Yeah.
would be mid 70s.
I don't even think Nick Cardy was doing covers.
Was Nick
man.
Cardy gone
Was
by
he?
then?
I'm not sure.
Don't know.
Not 100% sure.
And then just kind of randomly. So every week I go into my comic book shop, and he's got these 2 boxes on the counter, which are ones he just back issues he recently priced. So I saw this Hulk one, and I think it cost me about $6. And I love the Herb Trimpe Hulk era, so I grab them when I can.
What issue is that? I don't recognize that cover.
160.
Wow. I don't know if I've seen that cover before. I mean,
It made me
I
think.
must have, but I don't remember it.
When I was a kid, I had a comic that had the tiger shark in it. And I don't have no idea which one it was. But
Uh-huh.
I haven't thought about tiger shark in over 20 years. I would bet.
Yeah, but Tiger Shark was pretty regular as a villain all across the Marvel's titles in the 70s.
The
Right.
Submariner.
He
that
looked
famous-
cool, but there was nothing much interesting about it.
Yeah, and that famous Submariner cover he's on is
Yeah,
a really good
yeah.
one.
And I'm not quite sure why. I just liked this Spider-Man. I think this is a Larson cover, Eric Larson cover. Yeah, Spider-Man with Doctor Doom.
Okay.
And I thought, well, I'm usually prejudiced against 90s comics, but I kind of like the idea of Spider-Man and Doctor Doom battling it out, so I'll give it a look. And finally, in terms of the back issues, I got this thing, which I have no idea what it is. It's a Skywald comic,
Oh, okay.
Jungle Adventures.
Oh, those are
I wonder if it's
those are
reprints.
Scott's favorite. He loves Jungle comics.
I wonder if it's reprints of earlier era.
I think it's one new story and the rest are reprints, but I don't remember. I know that the westerns were all reprints, but I can't remember if the Jungle comics were too.
I get confused who even Skywald was.
It was Saul Brodsky and
No, there's a second Skywald.
Is there two Skywalds?
Yeah, there are two Skywalds.
Didn't one publish like horror comics or something?
I think that's the non-Saul. No, hold on. No, I'm not thinking of Saul Brodsky. I'm thinking of Goodman, Martin Goodman's son.
yeah, no, that's Atlas.
No,
Atlas
he
Seaboard.
was also Skywald. That was Atlas
No.
Skywald.
No, Atlas Seaboard.
It was Atlas
pardon me.
Seaboard.
Okay, then I'm confusing myself.
These look like reprints there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have a very 50s or even 40s look. So it might be all reprints, or it might be
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah,
Paulo, did
the-
you say might be part?
Yeah, I wasn't sure. I remember that the westerns were all reprints. I wasn't sure about the Jungle Comics.
But
This
wasn't-
could be early 70s, I suppose.
so
This
there's
one.
a 70s
There's
Skywald
no
and a
credits.
50s Skywald,
No
right?
backgrounds either.
That's where the reprints come from.
No. There was a guy called IW Super Comics or whatever who did illegal reprints, and I think that Israel Waldman, was that it?
Well, the Skywald he's got right there is from the 70s, right?
Yeah.
Yes. I think 71?
Was there a Skywald in the 50s?
71, yeah.
No,
I'm misremembering.
no, but there was a Waldman, a guy called Waldman who did something
Okay.
called Super Comics, who did illegal reprints from 50 stuff.
Where are these Skywald reprints coming from?
From 50 stuff. So I think it's the same guy. I think it's Israel Waldman. It might be the Wald from the Sky Wald, because the sky comes from Saul Brodsky.
Okay.
They do have Sheena. I don't know if she was up for grabs or
I really doubt it.
I doubt it.
I always get Shanna and Sheena confused, but Sheena was not Marvel and Shanna was, I guess. It's I just was shocked that, because I would have been looking at the newsstands at this time. I never saw a single Skywald comic to my
Yeah,
memory
neither did I.
as a kid.
Yeah, especially because all those lasted for what, 4 or 5 months, and then it was only the two magazines, Psycho and Nightmare.
Oh, okay.
Right.
I mean, I know that Atlas Seaboard only lasted for a few issues per comic.
Yeah.
but-
No, the Skywald tried doing magazines and comics. The comics didn't last much. Then there was that magazine with the Ghost Rider prototype superhero, which was written by Gary Friedrich. What was it called? Hell Rider. That lasted for 2 issues. And Psycho and Nightmare just kept on going. They went up to 20 something, and they had they had material by Spanish artists by the end of the run.
Werewolf says Sheena sure gets around, and I think Dynamite or someone is doing Sheena right now. I'm not sure if it's
That's
Dynamite.
right. You're right. Someone like IDW or Dynamite.
I wonder if
one of
she's
those
completely
licensed-
out of copyright, so that anyone could do her, or what the story is.
I'm not sure.
I'm sure.
Another
Someone-
interesting thing I got in the mail, probably while I was on vacation, but I got it today, is the latest Alter Ego, which focuses on Alfredo Alcala,
Oh, I got to get that.
and it has I've only started reading it. I read a few pages so far today. It has a major interview with both his sons, because he's passed away.
Ah.
And they claim, well, his son says there's 2 stories about how fast his father was. One where he said he could pencil and ink 8 pages a day.
Wow.
And another one where he supposedly was able to stay up for 90 hours straight drawing.
Jeez.
Damn.
Both of those, I wonder, are brags to make your fellows feel impotent, your fellow
Yeah.
artists or something.
Yeah, instead of I've slain 25 enemies in battle, I can draw in 8 comics a day.
And Damien, you're showing your age. No one calls them brags anymore. They're now flexes.
Ah, okay, he's flexing because he's so swole as an artist.
Maybe
But
that's
I mean,
why
the
he likes-
amazing thing is Alcala was one of the most detailed inkers of
Yeah.
all. To think of him even doing more than 2 pages a day kind of blows.
Yeah, that's crazy. With the amount of detail he did, is
Yeah.
crazy to think he was that fast at it.
Dynamite is publishing Sheena for the time being. Okay.
That's a young Alcala there. He started drawing in 1947.
Wow.
And it also says, which I didn't know, but it kind of makes sense since there's so many good people in the Philippines, that in the 50s and 40s and 50s, comics were one of the most popular forms of entertainment in the Philippines because they didn't really have much TV aimed at them. And so if you wanted visual entertainment, you went for comics. And so comics was a $1 million business there, multi-million-dollar business there. Maybe it was starting to fade by the 70s. Maybe that's why they went, all started moving to the US. I don't know.
I got to run along now, so I will catch you guys later.
Okay. Well, nice to hang with you very briefly.
Yeah, it was nice to talk to everyone.
Yeah. See you later, Jared.
Later, Jared.
Bye-bye.
Now say it, Terrence. You're required to by law.
Fuck! Thank God that guy's gone. We didn't say it when Tim left either. Jesus.
Oh yeah, we forgot.
I'm sorry, I'm slipping because I'm not in the chat. I'm slipping.
That's all right.
A Werewolf says it's Dynamite who's publishing Sheena at the moment.
A friend of mine is married to a lady from the Philippines, and I'm curious with Filipino comics how much influence there was, if any, from other cultures, because evidently the movies that they made were very into their own mythology and folk stories.
Right.
And didn't really reference a lot of other things outside that. I'm curious if their comics were the same way.
Well, again, I've only read a few pages, but it does say that he was before he found his own style, he was trying to draw like Lou Fine.
Okay.
So some Golden Age comics must have found their way. Golden Age American comics must have found their way there.
Yeah, well, with military bases in the Philippines, they would have comics.
Yeah.
Yeah. And one of his most famous heroes was supposed to be a Viking, this Valtar guy. And he started that in 1963, long before the Conan craze. So he might have been influenced by Prince Valiant or something, I wonder.
I definitely see that.
He also did a lot of military comics in the Philippines. And he was apparently he would build his own model ships and things like that to draw from. So, I mean, this is being told by his sons, but they obviously think he's an utterly amazing guy. And he had, I guess, a bunch, kind of like Image Comics, a bunch of Filipino artists got together and started their own comic book company. So Alcala published his own comic called Alcala Fight Comics.
Wow, come on.
Neat.
So it's like this. There's just this whole huge world of Filipino comics for about 2 decades at least.
Amazing.
That was a major thing.
I wonder how many of those got translated in English.
Not too many.
If any of them, yeah.
But anyway, I'll learn more as I read more. So I'm really glad they have a whole. Well, the major article of the issue, or major couple articles of the issue, are about him, and then there's some of their usual things.
Do you have a subscription to that, or is that just something you kind of pick up on a whim?
I usually go to their website when they're having sales and order a whole bunch of magazines.
Right.
And then you also, if you order directly from them, you also get the digital version. And I find these good things to read on my iPad. So, but when COVID started, they kind of freaked out that they were almost about to go out of business as their orders dried up from comic shops.
There's been a couple times in the past 10 years where they were really afraid they may go under.
So they were asking people to order more. So I put a few of these things like
remember
back issue and stuff on subscription for a while.
Yeah.
I used to buy Alter Ego 20 years ago. But the thing is that
in the early 60s.
But that was this volume. The thing is that thing was that it was bi-monthly, and then it was successful enough that it became monthly, and all all of a sudden I started piling up issues of Alter Ego unread, and I could justify the price. I like them a lot, but I could just justify buying them and not reading them, because being text-based, the more you accumulate, the less likely you are to read them.
They kind of serve as a almost if you buy a lot of them, it's like you've got an encyclopedia of comics sitting there.
Yeah, that's what I like them. I'm missing out on a lot by not buying that, but
yeah. But then I bought tons when they had sales, and I haven't read all of them. I've read bits and pieces of them.
It was always nice for us to catch them at Heroes Con, because they're based in North Carolina anyways, and they would always set up there. And they would have incredible sales at the show, like stuff 60% off.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
And there's a few things I wish I had got now that I never did, but that's the way life is.
Probably people like us could write for them. One of you guys could write an article on Richard Corbin and send it in.
We met Michael Urey, who edits
Back Issue, I think.
Back Issue. Yeah, we met him both at Heroes Con at a local convention here. He's a really nice guy. He eventually developed a problem with. He has a medical condition which is sort of vertigo.
Everyone loves heroin.
Where he can't, if he goes to a city that's at a high enough elevation, his body just can't handle it anymore. So unfortunately, he can't travel like he used to. But he's a really nice guy, and I could see talking with him and maybe writing an article about something.
Yeah. I mean, you could interview one of those artists who's one of your friends. That would make sense, or just write articles or interviews. So it's not that different from what some people do on YouTube.
Sure.
Or Paulo. I'm sure Paulo could write some good articles for them. I don't know how comfortable you are writing in English.
I'm comfortable enough. It's just that the people that I would write for reading this type of magazines are more likely to be at least as knowledgeable as I am. So I'm not adding anything new. I know. There's the geographical barrier of not having grown up with access to the original fanzines, or even the first prozines of the 80s. Kind of limits me. I pick up a lot from being online and going to places where there's discussion. Right. But I always feel like I'm already listening to secondhand information, and everybody already knows everything. And the people who don't know,
we all feel like it.
Yeah, but the people who don't know are the ones less likely to be interested. When I sometimes talk about historical stuff with people who don't care about history, they're like, "Yeah, this is boring. What's happening with the X-Men this month?"
Right.
They had, I think, in Back Issue, in the past few years, they had a bunch of articles on the British reprint magazines of Marvel. So maybe someone knowledgeable could write about the Brazilian reprint magazine.
Yeah, that I can. Although there's a very interesting book that I still need to pick up, which is the history of Editora Abril, who published most of Marvel's Portuguese language editions starting in 1979 and going until Panini forced them to give up the license in 2002, I think. And yeah, those are probably the most influential comics in the Portuguese language in the final quarter of the 20th century, because they influenced not only a generation of Brazilian readers but also us Portuguese readers.
Right.
In a way that when I started reading comics, there were still a bunch of magazines with both newspaper strips and with French comics. But the newspaper strips, they were still done in the old style, black and white, crappy paper, and they were going out of style. The magazines that feature European material, the readers were getting older, and they were now more interested in the album format. So those also disappeared. And the way that you'd progress was you started reading Disney and this Brazilian property called Monica's Gang. Those were the newsstand magazines, digest size, pretty cheap, and then you progress to Marvel and DC. The thing is, because you were used to not paying a premium price for comics, and the albums were a premium price, we would not progress from something else after superheroes.
You mean there was nowhere to go unless you wanted to spend a lot of money?
Yeah, that was exactly the problem. And Abril did do a few interesting experiments, but none of them were successful in the long term, not for more than 3 years. So when I was 15, there was no magazine of the type, and I wouldn't progress. I actually thought around 15 that I would probably grow out of comics, and when Marvel went bankrupt, which is the first time I started picking up the English language comics, the newsstand editions that we had. It was a good opportunity to switch to English. Also started reading Wizard. People knock on Wizard a lot. It's a good introductory tool, and it does open your horizons if you start paying attention to the details instead of just going for the crappy jokes that they put out in their letter sections. But the fact that they had Tom Palmer Jr.'s column, and even every once in a while they would do something with stuff that they really liked that was a bit off of a bit further straying from the typical superheroes, it was enough to open doors to other things. I do remember seeing an ad for Transmetropolitan, and when I started buying regularly, that's one of the first comics that I started buying, and that was enough to open. I was always too stuck on superheroes. It's something I told Terrence earlier in the strip, because the year that I spent not buying comics was enough to win me out of superhero comics that I was buying out of habit, because I no longer really like modern Marvel or DC. But having the opportunity to read some European comics in my teen years and seeing the ads in Wizard for non-Marvel DC superheroes was enough to open the door to try other stuff, which is how I end up buying the Corinthian in French. And not telling it's the Corinthian until I open it.
It's a good point about the Wizard stuff, like the subversive kind of voices, right? It's so important to have at least one of those voices in there to kind of, in this kind of thing that was just about, at its height, the speculator boom in the 90s and all that kind of shit, right? You still had like Tom Palmer in there talking about some books that were legit, just actually groundbreaking storytellers and books, right?
Yeah, you should never be afraid of something being easy to access. And I do remember a Neil Gaiman interview where he was talking about a friend of his who did pop music and who did intelligent pop music. She wasn't afraid to use the pop music format to do good music. It's like, I'm interested in electronic music. What got me into electronic music? Snap, MC Sar and the Real McCoy, into Unlimited. So yeah, it was Eurodance. Eurodance allowed me to progress eventually to the Propeller Heads, and then to drum and bass, into other stuff. So don't be afraid of liking
Stones.
Yeah, don't be afraid of trying out the stupid stuff first. Bubblegum does taste good when you're 5.
Well, I wish they had like a pro fanzine like this about international comics, because this is accidentally teaching me all about the Philippine comics that I know nothing about.
Yeah.
Just because Alfredo Alcala ended up being a major person in the 70s here. But it's too bad, because there's all kinds of interesting cross-pollination and stuff that is...
I could almost see a project like that, like on a Discord server, or something set up like that instead of print, because
the guys who do the foreign comics calling Facebook group They started with a magazine that eventually that never went really anywhere. Then they tried doing a podcast. That's the thing about all of them getting together. But they focus too much on foreign editions of Marvel and DC comics. And one of the things that they end up doing is that they inflate prices of those foreign comics for their intended markets.
Like the kayfabe effect.
That's exactly what I was just going to say.
Yeah, the thing, you're trying to build up runs because we don't, and they're aware of this. They're aware that they impact of their impact. We don't have a thing about keys because none of those comics are keys. They have they're just a comic with an interesting story, and so we want runs. We want to have the full collection of that comic. And one of the things that they change is that they focus on the key. So they look for the foreign edition that has that specific cover, the first appearance of Hobgoblin, the first appearance of Venom, and then you're trying to build up and run, and that comic is always missing.
That is what happens to me all the time now. I hate it.
Yeah, you're always missing that one issue somewhere.
Yeah. Although there are a couple who try to buy other things, they like Matt Roybal, he does like stuff like an Indonesian comic called Kaliman, so he tries to buy those up. He also likes horror comics of any type, so it doesn't matter which one it is, especially because horror comics, being anthologies, don't have keys, but he will try to buy those up. And I wanted to see if one day I could get together with them and try to do something, because I'm going to show them the French Corinthian and see what they think of that, and also show them like the Jimenez stuff that I have from Spain and France, because these are comics that even they are not aware of, because they're too constant. They're too focused on the Marvel indices in other countries, so they end up not paying attention to the other industries. Like you try to do the Ethernaut in various countries. You have to start with the Argentinian and the Italian version of that magazine, and then see what the Spaniards did, and see if there's something exists in French and in German, and then you know that it doesn't exist in England or the United States.
Yeah, there was some comics that Jeff Darrow did for the French market called Bourbon Threat that never, from what I understand, never really got an English translation, and they're hard to find now.
Dark Horse, I think it was in Dark Horse Presents, there was some Bourbon Threat in Dark Horse Presents.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Right, and what was that Dark Horse series? Dark Horse used to do so much cool stuff. Cheval Noir, yeah.
Yeah, I have several.
But without Gore, I would know the only things I know about Mexican comics are the few that Gore has featured.
Did you know that Dark Horse got bought by another company here in the past?
I heard that.
I just heard that happened. I haven't looked into it yet.
It was a
Swedish gaming company or something?
Yeah. One of the Norwegian countries was a gaming company.
Yeah, I was expecting. I've been expecting this to happen for a while, not for any specific reason, but just because one day I realized that Dark Horse has existed since 1985. So, and we're in 2021. So Mike Richardson is not getting any younger. For the company to survive, it be beyond Mike Richardson being there, it would have to be bought by somebody.
Yeah, unless he wanted to name a successor amongst his employees and have his family continue to own the company. But I don't know if he has kids or what.
I think for Gore's sake, we need to convince Brian K. Vaughan into writing a samurai comic, and he's going to call it Usaga Yojimbo. Nice.
Oh, there you go. Is that Cheval Noir there?
Bourbon
Threat.
Yeah, but I don't think they published all of the Bourbon Threat material, though. I could be wrong, but...
Yeah, I don't have a big run of these early... this is number 19 of Dark Horse Presents. I don't have
so
like a huge run of it
how
to
much?
know. They've done
How
everything.
much Bourbon Threat do you think he did, Scott?
I know there were at least 2 issues, and I think they were oversized format books that were done in France.
So maybe the equivalent of 2 short albums or something.
Yeah, I would say so. And maybe they did get published piecemeal in the anthology books like
I think maybe just a few pages in Cheval Noir. The ones I
when
have.
when they come up on the market now, people grab them quick.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, Dark Horse is already not the company I want them to be at this point. Like, they were really cool back then when they were doing.
Yeah, they used to be
Dark
my
Horse
favorite
Presents
publisher by a
Cheval Noir.
large margin, but boy, how the money has fallen.
Yeah, yeah, they've really fallen off. So who knows what the video company wants them for?
Well, I mean, the
Based
biggest thing
on-
for me is that I hope that they pump in a bunch of money to reprint maybe some stuff that's out of print, right? To kind of get things, keep them in print anyway, you know.
Yeah, maybe part of it is me being cynical, but all the blurbs, the little sound bites that were quoted in the articles are their IP money.
Yeah.
Nobody mentioned any of the books. But it's like, there's all these properties we can develop. There's all these properties. And it's like, yeah.
Right. So then it has nothing to do with getting back in print, the obscure comics that we love.
I'm sure that's not the main focus.
Yeah. If they make a movie of Concrete, then they'll put that back into print.
The
Supposedly
drive,
that's
yeah, totally.
in the works for years, but
Yeah.
let's see. I'd like to see Paul Chadwick do something new. Whether it's more Concrete or anything else for that matter.
That's true. That's true.
Damien, was it you who found Kelly Greens some time ago?
Yes, I grabbed some Kelly Greens. I actually bought the hardcover, and that was all black and white. So now I'm buying the color single volumes when I find them. I think I've got 2 of them now out of 4, maybe. I'm not sure.
Kelly Green is one of those rare cases of a comic made internationally by Americans that was not made for the American market.
Right. Well, I think there's so many layers of the international world of comics, and it has influences that go back and forth, but they're almost invisible because there aren't magazines or.
It seems
or
to me
much
like there's 2 characters that are popular all over the world, and that's the Donald Duck characters and the Phantom.
Sorry, what was the other one?
The Phantom.
Phantom. Is he still popular around the world?
Yes.
Especially in Australia.
Because he's
And in
almost
Scandinavian
invisible
countries.
here now.
Huge in Australia.
In the Fantomet magazine, which is produced in either in Norway or Sweden, is produced by the Samick Group.
And it's a currently ongoing comic.
The stories are produced there, but there have been veteran U.S. writers who haven't had any recent opportunities, and they've written stories for the Norwegian magazine.
Interesting.
Don Newton, I think, especially contributed to that.
Well, Don Newton, didn't he do the Phantom when it was at Charlton?
Yes, he did.
Yeah, and he's dead. He's been dead a long time. He died very young.
No, and did you know that Jerry Siegel used to write Duck stories for the Italian comics?
No.
Yeah, there are Jerry Siegel Donald Duck stories made specifically for the Italian market.
According to this, Alcala moved to animation because he couldn't get work in comics anymore. It's just nuts how the industry throws out their best artists over time.
I was going to say, imagine being in your shoes, Damien, and say like you were a current publisher. Can you imagine having somebody with the talent level of Alfredo Alcala
knocking on your
that they
door
didn't
for a
have
job?
work? Wouldn't you be like throwing stuff at them to get them?
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, it's mind-boggling to think he couldn't get work.
And that happens to a lot of artists that hit a certain age, regardless of who they are. It's sad.
But yeah, it's really. I mean, I can understand certain artists totally sort of time out their style, and they maybe aren't the greatest artists in the world.
Correct.
But people like Alcala or some other artists, it just doesn't make sense.
Right.
Hey,
Just didn't
Gus.
speak to the people at the time, the masses. Hello,
I guess
G.
so. But
I wasn't here earlier, so who did Gus come up with for everybody this week?
Oh,
He hasn't been here.
no, no,
Oh,
he hasn't. He was watching my previous video from. I did a 4-hour video before dinner time, and then I came back and started this one.
Oh, was the I was going to ask because some friends of mine do a Mike Grell podcast. That interview that you did with Mike Grell, was any of that recorded?
It was on my cell phone. May need some touching up because I don't think the sound quality is very good. That's the problem with my cell phone. I used to have an MP3 player / recorder, which was pretty good. Unfortunately, it got old, which means the battery doesn't hold any charge anymore.
Yeah.
And when I bought this smartphone, I thought, just might as well have everything in here. No, whenever I have the chance, I need to buy a proper recorder because the cell phone doesn't cut it.
I thought it might be something they'd be interested in. And
Mm.
Damien, where did you get an Asterix T-shirt?
I ordered it online
Okay.
after my daughter and I were reading a lot of Asterix together. And we just particularly loved Obelix, which I guess is the obvious
Right.
character to love. So I just looked around for T-shirts of him.
That's pretty cool. I wouldn't mind having one of those myself. That's kind of neat.
Unfortunately, my daughter for a while was saying, "Well, you look exactly like Obelix."
No, you don't.
So people on video only see me from here above. I've got a pretty big gut, but hopefully not as bad as Obelix.
No, only you start eating boars.
But when you've got a 13-year-old, you don't get many compliments about your body. I saw the other night Terrence getting his greasy hair critiqued on live. Yeah.
I had to laugh when she said that.
She's
Like,
the best. She's hilarious.
and here I'm thinking, like, what hair? Terrence doesn't have much hair.
She meant forehead. She meant greasy.
Greasy kids.
I think if you rub someone's head enough, you'll get the grease to come out.
Mm. No, Augie the Bleak should try doing proper videos because there isn't a real good YouTube channel in English about European comics. I watched one made by a Brazilian guy. He speaks French fluently. He's lived in Belgium. He did a video about the Asterix village a couple of months ago. The channel's called Eurocomics.
Yeah. Do you follow his podcast that he does?
Not really. I tried looking it up, but I really don't want to waste the time in downloading something that I listen to in 5 minutes.
Well, it's
Right.
an interesting dichotomy because he's very heavily into European comics, and then when he does his American stuff, he's very heavily into the '90s Image guys.
That is kind of a
Seems like a
weird
very
transition.
odd dovetail of interests. You know.
It is, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. The thing is, his podcast is like 5 minutes, and come on, do something big. I like it.
His tend to be on the short side. Yeah. One of my favorites, I don't know if any of you guys listen to it, is the AE Index, which is the Artist Edition Index.
After
basically-
you sent me a link, I tried it.
Yeah.
I guess I didn't listen to the right one. It didn't immediately catch me.
Fair enough. But I mean, basically, he's doing his are like an overview. And granted, there haven't been many new books in that format in the past couple of years or so.
It has
compared
slowed
to
down,
previous
hasn't it?
years. So, yeah.
I wonder how that program is going, whether they'll keep it up or not.
He's got another website that he does, which deals in comics as well. He just doesn't focus on the AE stuff as much.
Yeah.
So,
I'm wondering
It
if
is
IDW
limited.
will keep up the artist
yeah,
edition.
it's a very limited audience on that. So.
Right, only a few thousand people buy those, but, or can
Right.
afford to buy them.
Yeah, I'm glad I got the ones I did when I did because I can't afford them now.
I was shocked. I found a John Romita Spider-Man one the other day. It was the big size one from the early days,
Right.
and it was only $115, which I think is below the.
Yeah, that's very much below. Some of the ones now are just incredibly
Oh, wow.
expensive. And there are other ones that go for cheaper than you would
That-
expect too.
Right. There's some that that didn't sell that well.
Right.
Yeah, it gets to the point where it's ridiculous. But the thing is, as I saw a guy say something on YouTube the other day, which I totally agree with. To me, Amazing Fantasy number 15 is a $1 back issue. It's just expensive because it's Spider-Man's first appearance.
Well, true. It's an okay read, right? It's not the most
Yeah.
amazing
And
Spider-Man.
Taschen is coming out with a very expensive compilation. They may actually be original art size of the first 12 issues or so of Spider-Man.
I think they
Oh,
said
really?
20.
It may be 20, but
Yeah, and they're using the original colors.
it's like a $200 book.
Mhm.
There's already a super oversized Marvel one, like that Behold Galactus one of Steve Ditko
Right.
doing Spider-Man, but it's an assortment of issues. I can't
Gotcha.
remember which ones. But that one was only $100. But there was a book out, and I think they're reprinting it now, that takes each panel of Fantastic Four #1 and makes it a whole page. I got it out of the library once a long time
Interesting.
ago. But the thing is, kind of like Fantasy 15, Amazing Fantasy 15. That's not my favorite Jack Kirby artwork. I would like to have seen that treatment go to a later, maybe the Galactus trilogy or something like that.
How did them putting each panel in a one-page format change the way that you look at the stories? Does it have a completely different impact?
It was an oversized book too, so it was kind of like a pop art experience. It almost turned each panel into a Roy Lichtenstein
I gotcha.
page. So that's why it is a historically important book, but I would have liked to pick out one of the very best Jack Kirby art-wise things and blow that one up.
Gotcha.
It's going to be 43 degrees Celsius in Perth?
Celsius. Yeah.
Holy Christ.
That's ridiculous. I had heard, I don't know if it's true or not, that there are some concerns where certain parts of Australia are going to become unlivable because they're too hot.
Well, the majority of Australia already is unlivable. That's why everybody lives in the south coast. Yeah.
Well,
But it
that's what I'm
could
saying.
expand. The unlivable areas will be
But
expanding.
what
in
I'm
number
saying
there.
is like populated areas are going to to that point.
Right. Yeah. There's got to be some pressure on water reservoirs, especially in Sydney and Melbourne.
Are you joking, Comic Crack, or are you seriously going to be that cold?
No, I'm not joking. It's supposed to be minus 25, and that's kind of, it's been mild so far here. It's supposed to be like normally kind of January, February, it's like minus 40 here. So minus 25 isn't so bad.
Well, I know negative 40 is where Celsius and Fahrenheit line up with each other perfectly.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's the point where they match. Yeah.
Are there any electric cars in your city?
I have there is electric cars. I have a
Do they
hybrid as
freeze
well.
up?
It doesn't run on the battery too much in the wintertime, though. It mostly goes to the kind of gas engine, right? But there's electric
Oh, the
cars. We've got
hybrid.
some charging stations here for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, because that's the problem with it's winter weather.
Yeah. Well, one of the first things I noticed when I was visiting Calgary is the outdoor stations they have to plug in your engine block in the winter so your oil doesn't gum up overnight. You don't have those anywhere in the States that I'm aware of.
Never heard of that.
Although I did see an article earlier today where somebody has perfected some lithium battery technology that is probably going to revolutionize everything.
Yeah, there's going to be a move to sodium batteries.
I think it's sodium lithium, but basically they could fully charge a average all electric vehicle in 10 minutes.
Mm-hmm. Oh, look at this.
Oh,
special guest appearance. Holy smokes. It's Gene.
D'Artagnan, Porthos, Athos, and Aramis. How are you doing?
Yeah, I did you were taking a look at my 4-hour stream earlier on?
How long has this been? We're getting to
I
4 hours
got-
right now.
Ours is on 3 hour 52. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't realize. I've only been here like for half of it, I guess.
Hmm.
Well, I couldn't
where's
find
the
it.
PUBG? What's going on?
Nothing really. Doing some last minute shopping for Christmas, and realizing Paulo was doing a marathon on YouTube, and I've spent like the last 2 hours watching his previous video while you guys were chatting it here.
So you're multitasking.
Oh yeah. Really hard month, December, for me.
Well, it's good
But
to
good
see
to
you.
see you
It's
guys.
been a long
Yeah.
time since we've been on a stream together, G. It's been
Oh yeah, and
forever.
really, really good to see you guys. Oh,
Yeah, you
bunched
could
up
do
here.
you could do like Gore and try to understand our Portuguese show, which you do try to do at least once a month.
I remember I
Yeah,
bookmarked one of your videos, and then I went to watch it, and like it's in Portuguese. I don't understand.
I make an appearance just to say hello, and I stay for 5 minutes, and then I leave. But I like to at least show up at least once.
That's great.
I was like your messages, Terrence. It's like you're with us on Fridays, or whatever, until you get dinner. It's like, okay, bye. It's like, I don't blame him. That's what I would be attracted to too.
Yeah. Because Tim said that we needed to put translated captions on our Portuguese videos.
Just the sheer
would be a
amount
lot
of
of
work
work.
on that would be
Yeah, dude.
ridiculous.
Yeah, it would. Yeah. When I did interviews for a Portuguese language blog, trying to the hardest one that I had an issue with was when we had an Alan Moore exhibit and we had Kevin O'Neill and David Lloyd here, and I got to talk to both of them.
No, no.
So for first transcribing it in English because it's what I'm listening to, and then translating it. It's the double the work. It's
You would think. Yeah, you would think there would
about
be
3 hours to do it.
Yeah, you would think there would be software that could automatically translate.
Oh yeah, it's
how
terrible.
accurate it is. Yeah, it's probably
It's-
dodgy, but
There isn't going to be a third stream, man. There's I have the link over there. You could have jumped in.
Yeah. Werewolf's comment is good too. Just stream right through till Christmas.
There you go.
No,
You could be
that's
the
not-
Alfredo Alcala of live streams.
Yeah,
I really
9
need to
pages
pick up that issue there because I'd like to see that one.
Yeah, I mean, I just got it in the mail this
Mhm.
week, so
Gotcha.
it's marked November 2021. But
Yeah, I really
I'm sure
used to
it's just
keep up
on-
with what they were doing on a regular basis, but I've kind of lost track of it here in the past year or so. And then I always pick up the ones that had artists in it that interested me. So
Yeah, that's the best way to do it. Just pick
Yeah.
them by artist.
Now,
So, oh,
now
sorry, go ahead.
doing something for a back an alter ego or a back issue. There is something that I would be interested in exploring, and I would have to do some investigation to get it run, but investigate the market that allowed for the creation of Eclipse, Capital Comics, First Comics, and Comico, those pre-image independent publishers, and write up their history, especially now before some of those guys start croaking.
Right. Yeah, this is the time to do it, right? They're probably all baby boomers who are.
that reminds me, Damien, did you get a chance to look at that Eclipse blog?
Eclipse what?
The blog where the guy was going through each one of the.
Oh, right. You gave me the link to that, and at the time I was busy.
I
And haven't
love
looked
that
yet.
blog. It's fantastic.
Yeah, I need to go there.
And even books that you thought you would have no interest in just because interesting in that format when you're talking about the history of the company.
Right. Yeah. No. Paulo, that would be totally an article I would want to read.
Mhm.
But I
Yeah,
guess this blog is covering some of it.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. Yeah, it would probably need a book, definitely.
Right.
But it is something that needs to be done as quickly as possible.
Well, people are
Well,
still
tomorrow-
alive that you can interview.
Mhm.
Tomorrow's publishes a lot of books on these obscure subjects.
Mhm.
But you
Well,
probably
and
need to
the
write an
guy-
article or two for them first to get
Yeah.
in.
One of the guys, the guy who runs Ad House, I think Ad House just went out of business. I'm blanking on his name right now. He used to work at Eclipse when they were around. So he worked in kind of like the production side and was around with, when a lot of the kind of big events happened with Eclipse. So I think there's still guys that even were on the periphery that I think it would be a fantastic thing to see. One of the most recent Eclipse things I got in the mail was they did some trading cards. So they did these drug wars trading cards where it kind of talks about the history of the drug wars in the States. And they have they got some good write-ups and then a piece of art on the front, but then kind of, the history of
Right.
just kind of going through how everything started. So the very first card is declaration of war with Bush Senior there. Fantastic. And they did a bunch of these card series as well too that was beyond kind of comics and just more getting into the politics of the day, right, too. So I think there's a lot of territory to explore with these companies.
Yeah, and Kat Ironwood, who was the editor-in-chief at Eclipse, she had a column in Comic Buyer's Guide back in the day called Print, where she would talk about not only what Eclipse is doing, but just whatever random subject she happened to be interested at the time. And
in order to do proper investigation, I need to read those. I don't have access to those here. I would have to go to the Michigan Library of Comics.
Yeah, unless you can find paper copies, which I still have a few of. I don't have them all, but that's
I buy used Buyer's Guide,
Yeah.
and they cost people sell them for $20-$40 a piece, and they're just crazy chunks of newsprint full of ads. But
I have a whole probably 2 or 3 storage totes full of old Comic Buyer's Guides in another room.
Wow.
If they're from the 70s, I think, or
mine would be from the late 80s.
Okay. Well, they're still worth something, but the 70s
They
ones
are
are really worth a lot.
Right.
Worth more to us who just want the history, though, right? Like, because I mean, the Kat Ironwood editorials in each of the Eclipse comics, just seeing that history, even from the inside of the books, is fascinating. Because she's really telling you the day by day, right? So
yeah, those columns she did in CBG are just more of that same kind of thing.
Yeah.
Well, it seems like Eclipse and others really were pushing comics forward pretty quickly, and Marvel and DC were following in their wake in a lot of ways.
Yeah, those Werewolf brought up, those were from Pacific.
Well, I got really upset today when I picked up this free comic, which I don't know when Free Comic Book Day actually was, but it's a preview of the new Incal.
I'm going to ask you a question.
Roux.
Yeah.
I know Stefan
Roux.
Roux.
By Mark Wade. And
Is
so
the
this
comic book
first
equivalent of Blues Brothers 2000.
This first bit, they're redrawing key scenes from the original Mobius comic. It's just really upsetting to me. I don't know.
Yeah,
and I guess.
Okay.
So I don't know. This just seems like a bad idea. And Mark Wade just does not seem like the person to do it.
No.
I mean, why redraw the Incal? Just republish the Incal.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
Well,
yeah.
Apparently they're going to move on from redrawing it to drawing the adventures of other people who had encounters with the Incal. So it would be like an anthology of different stories.
Yeah. Reminds me of Grendel Tales, but without the talented creators.
Right. And maybe Jodorowsky had said, yes, give me a check, please, and go ahead and do it. I don't know if he even has to give them their permission or not, what the situation is.
I'm pretty sure he probably would.
But it makes me very sad. I suppose it'll probably flop like just everything else Humanoids America does. I don't think they have any successes, but
Yeah, Gore hits it right in the head. Who's the market for this? Yeah,
Exactly.
we like the originals. And the people who don't care about European comics won't care about this one.
And this just seems like, let's redraw scenes that were done much better and now draw them less well, or less inventively.
Well, at least the
It's
colors
just very sad.
The colors
Yeah, very
at
strange
least are
indeed.
not as bad as the recolored version. So that's a
Let's
good
just
point.
tell that they're coming out with a black and white printing of the Incal as well.
I think I'll be very tempted by that, just to see. I mean, Mobius's line work without any color interference.
Yeah, and it frustrates me that we have, and this is not a bad thing, but we have 20 different incarnations of the Incal over the past few years, various sizes and formats. But still, the vast majority of Mobius's work is not available in English language.
I know, it's insane.
You know, it's like, can we stop with Incal for a while and like start reprinting other stuff?
Right.
And yeah, I don't know the reason for that. If that's the publishers in the U.S. market or the people
I
who
have
own the
a
rights.
couple of insights on that I probably don't want to talk about here.
Oh, come on.
Although, well, it isn't that difficult
Having
to
an
create
affair
a.
Mobius's widow. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, but well, it isn't too difficult to create a Mobius science fiction library. The majority of his work would not be properly published in the U.S. because it's Blueberry.
I'd love to see. If they would do a Blueberry reprint in a nice format, akin to maybe what like Fantagraphics is doing with Prince Valiant stuff, I'd be all over that. But I'm a niche market, so.
But Airtight Garage and all that other stuff, the science fiction stuff, as you say, seems like a no-brainer to publish in the U.S. market.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, but is anybody under the age of 30 going to buy it?
There's a lot of people over
Has to
the
be
age of
those
30 with money.
Yeah. Exactly.
Not to be mean about it, but
Oh, I
we make
agree.
a lot of money off the people who want to buy hardbacks.
Right.
Yeah, we'd eat
I'm
it
one
up.
of those
Yeah.
people. It's just, yeah.
So there's this collection is probably not the ideal format. There's a Hachette collection of Blueberry comics, but it's only one. There are reprints, I think, for redistribution. Let me see if there's a.
Yeah, I'm sure whatever format we come up with at Earl Grey, we'll pull out a nicer one and show it to us eventually.
Some German edition from Splitter, I think it's called. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They should put Blueberry out as a brand new comic. Just pretend it's a brand new comic from Image.
Yeah.
Yeah, get Todd McFarlane
Hype
to
it
do
up.
variant covers.
Do
No!
variant covers from Todd
No.
McFarlane, exactly, and people will
Now,
eat it up.
good God,
Oh,
don't
this
give
is even
anybody
better
any
than Two
ideas.
Moons. Let's get it.
Yeah. Gore Vidal brings up a thing. I think purely the Incal getting, bought up for a potential film release is just purely on the Dune. I think it's just on the back of Dune, right? Because of the
that makes
potential
more sense.
success of that documentary, and
Well,
I don't think there was
yeah.
much of a sales pitch. They probably just said Dune, 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 and then they said
also
yeah, whatever you
after,
want.
Valerian bombed in the United States, I would assume that any impetus for doing other project that Moebius had worked on would probably got put on the back burner at that point too.
I'm one of those rare cases. I didn't mind Valerian, to be honest.
I
Well, it
actually,
doesn't matter if it was good or bad. It didn't do well, right? So
I mean,
Yeah.
their later
It's-
choices.
you could make arguments about the quality of the story, and I completely get that. But for eye candy, that
Yeah.
movie's hard to beat.
Yeah.
And then, I was talking with some people I used to work with who were in their 20s, and they're like, well, it looks like a Star Wars ripoff. And I was like,
Right.
you don't understand the history.
Other way around.
Reverse that.
Unfortunately, in the world of movies, that doesn't matter, right? If you were
Yeah, exactly.
adopt something that came first later.
Yeah, the
You're
same thing
stuck
happened with
looking
the
like
John
an
Carter
image.
movie. I heard people saying where they're just ripping off Star Wars, not realizing that was a major influence on Lucas.
Right. That came almost 100 years before Star Wars.
Yes.
But I was looking at here in Biditech how many integral editions there are of Blueberry, so that all of the Charlier Giraud stories fit in 9 integrals. They're between 140 and 200 pages. So if you want to combine those 9 into 3 500-page editions of Blueberry, but they would probably retail for $100.
Right.
Yeah, but they would probably retail for $100.
Sign me up. You know?
Yeah. Well, I think put them out in individual issues first is. I mean, the problem is the shrinking of the pages, but
right,
it would be a great way to market it and then put out the hardbacks.
Well, that was the other thing Paulo and I were talking about right at the beginning.
Yeah.
Sorry, Paulo, go ahead.
Yeah, no, that's it. If they did the reduced art versions, the hardbacks with getting 500 page volumes, they would have to be European sized, and that's why they would retail for $100.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm failing to see a bad side to this, but I'm not your typical American comics fan.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's just the thing. This should be available. Going. Yeah, this should they might if they want to publish European comics in the American market, they might as well go for the original format. There's really no point in trying to adapt it into a 22-page monthly comic.
Right.
Yeah.
But that's what Ablaze is doing. Some other publishers are doing that. Titan does it occasionally.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
But right now,
but Titan
Ablaze
still goes for the graphic version, the album format too, though, like with the Drouet. So at the beginning of the stream, Paul and I were talking about this, about the idea that I can understand at one point why they would have transitioned and changed things to the monthly kind of format and the comic format. I don't understand it anymore, though, because it's not like there's it's not like there's people that don't understand that format and don't crave that format. It's not at this point an introduction to another market. We're well aware of the other market and what the formats are. And if anything, now that we've been kind of exposed to, people even putting out treasury edition size things again and artist edition, et cetera, it feels like it's such a almost waste to revert back to this comic size that supposedly you're going to appeal to a North American audience. I think the North American audience
we're
is
well aware,
ready for the other stuff.
Well,
I don't know.
People like us are aware.
Right. I don't know.
Right.
Like Carmen probably reached a wider audience because it came out in single issues first.
Mm-hmm.
That people were picking that up who also like Ram V and things like that at Image.
Mm-hmm.
So I think you do. I think the ecosystem in the U.S. I mean, it has flaws, but it also you get a buzz going off the single issues, which then helps the paperback and hardback sales.
Right.
And
I think
so
though Ram V is a good example though, because I think that people that are going to be drawn to his name are going to be drawn to his name. So take that opportunity to go, hey, here's Ram V in another format. You know what I mean? So it's like you're still drawn to the name. Now let's use that as a vehicle to introduce you to, what do you think of this format? It's a little bit bigger. It's fantastic. It's a hardcover, right. And holy shit, look at this, right? Kind of use that as a launch pad.
Yeah, that might work if you have the buzz going. So if you got something that maybe the Incal movie or something, if it actually succeeds, could get the buzz going, that then you can just sell Blueberry in album format.
Right.
But I think another way to get the buzz going in the U.S. market is to have it be popular on a monthly schedule.
Or maybe that movie may end up like Jodorowsky's Dune, where it never gets made, and then
right.
Years later, there's an art book that sells for $2 million.
Yeah.
I'm not even sure if the American market is so appealing to European creators nowadays. Because if you look at the numbers of sold comics in the US, apparently like 5,000 comics is already a kind of successful comic.
Yeah.
But if you take into equation, Yep, in indie comic. But if you take it into equation, a comic published, like a comic first published in Portugal, it would only sell like 500 or 1,000 copies. But if it is successful enough to go to Spain, that's another 1,000 or 2,000 copies. And if it hits the French market, that's probably 5,000 or 10,000 copies. So the American market is kind of appealing, but not. It's appealing to the creators because of the doors it opens in terms of many publishers and many contacts. But I don't know if it is very relevant for most European creators.
Don't forget, if you sell 5,000 copies of the individual issues and get a buzz going, you may ultimately sell 40 or 50,000 copies over several years of the collected editions.
When is the last time?
That's the hope. It doesn't always happen.
That's exactly it. Yeah.
When's the last time you can think of a foreign to the U.S. market project that really became a runaway hit?
Carmen was the one.
That's the only one I can think of.
Yeah, that was
Did a proper runaway? Not even manga.
Before that,
before that, the only one I might be able to think of was Ghost in the Shell.
Oh,
yeah, I don't know what the sales on that.
And that's been what, 25 years ago.
But I guess for me, that's part of almost like further to my argument. If it's not a market that you're necessarily interested in, that's going to make a huge difference, motherfucker, then print it at a big size. Why not? You know what I mean? If it's already a market where you're only going to get a little bit of a bump anyway, give it to us. You know, like use that opportunity. So those 100 or 200 of us
manga only
they get that format.
Manga serves a market that wants to buy it in the traditional pocket size. They don't want to buy those old Eclipse editions of the first manga comics.
My inner child throws rockets at these people, wanting them to buy the bigger damn books that I want to see. I'm selfish.
Hey, there's a good Portuguese example. The most award-winning 2020 comic published in Portugal, which is Ballad for Sophie, was recently published in the US by Top Shelf, and I saw Top Shelf trying to promote it a lot, but I don't know if it made any kind of success in the US. I don't think so. I don't know if you guys are aware of it or have any interest in it. But Top Shelf is trying to promote it a lot, and those same creators, which is a team of a Portuguese writer and an Argentinian artist, they have published it in the US before, I think by IDW, a couple of books, but there was no success. The only one I really see is Carmen. And now the Italian produced comics, which have been, I don't know if they are a bad idea comics, but there's some of Italian connection with one of the American publishers now.
I've heard Jared talk about that, and I can't remember which comics those were.
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean.
But those are presented to us as not translated comics, but just American comics. But people like Jared tell us they
was
actually
that
are.
Bad Idea, or was that Vault that was doing? I honestly don't remember.
Yeah, I can't remember either. But that's the thing. We took a look at the format now. Because the Italian format is completely different from the US format. It would look even worse adapted into American size than what they do with the French comics.
Right.
Oh, really? Where's Nathan Never from?
It's from Italy. The publisher is Bonelli.
So I remember you guys talking. I can't remember which one of you guys talked about Nathan Never in videos.
Yeah, it was me. I showed the comics when I did that video on Italian comics.
Yeah. And I discovered, I realized, and maybe you had mentioned this, that someone did try to publish a bunch of Nathan Never in English, but I found it tucked away at the back of a comic book store along with some zines and stuff that hadn't sold.
That wasn't Dark Horse in that same...
Yeah, in 1999, I think.
Is that also when they, like, started?
They were in odd-sized paperback books when I stumbled across. So one reason people probably keep trying is because there's all this good material, you know, that all you have to do is find a translator for. You don't have to hire a brand new team and create new material. Right. But why not try it? The other thing I wonder is, for the artists in Europe, if they're translated into English, will they have a greater chance of being optioned for Hollywood and that sort of thing?
Yeah. That's ultimately up to having a good agent. Remember that Jean-Marc L'Officier was running around Hollywood in the 80s, working for Mobius.
Yeah, sure is.
It gives him an opportunity to do a variant cover.
One thing that kind of puzzles me in the transition from European to American comics and vice versa is the difficulty in changing formats. Why can't the European format be translated to the smaller American format with the same kind of quality? What are we missing in the original formats proportions that doesn't enable things to be transformed easier?
Well, it is the proportion, right? It's wider, so that when you shrink it down, it becomes shorter this way. So that creates a real challenge.
Right.
When will we find the perfect format that can transform easier
around the globe
to a larger one and a smaller one? You know, because I imagine for you guys in the American continent, it's really kind of weird to see the oversized American European album shrink down and a lot of it being lost in the gutter.
No, I hate that.
Yeah, I hate that too.
Yeah.
You know, you always hear American retailers complaining that if that book is not formatted in the traditional comic book size, that they can't rack it properly.
Sure.
They don't like storing it. They don't like selling as back issues because
whatever.
They're not used to it, and that drives me crazy.
Now, maybe
and I mean, the thing is, like, the amount of money and work that goes into kind of reformatting this too. It's like, you know, I know that I'm totally selfish in all this. Like, it is coming from a place that I want the shit how it's presented. You know what I mean? Like, I'm used to it. I love this format and everything, but it's just, it seems like so much more work to kind of shrink it and change it to get fit a rack at a comic shop. It seems nonsensical to me.
Maybe these oversized ones that DC's doing right now will encourage people to try just printing oversized European comics.
DC and Aftershock, right?
And Aftershock's doing it too. But I do hear people on YouTube complaining, oh, now I have to go out and get a magazine size box to put this in.
Yeah. Screw those flippers.
Just sorry, Craw.
The first reaction of the American collector is, I don't want to have to put something in a different size box. But maybe if these are successful and the Aftershock ones are successful, someone else will just put out some European ones like this.
We can hope.
Well, and I mean, you know, like even Marvel doing the treasury size and things again, right? Like that's becoming a thing for them again. So it's again getting people used to this format that, again, it goes back to what I said originally, that I just don't understand nowadays why doing it, right? Because it's not like we're not seeing those sizes. I mean, Jesus, we even did Silver Surfer Black as a treasury format, right?
Yes,
so
I bought that
that's
too.
Almost an album format right there, right? So
so they are experimenting with size, and maybe that will loosen things up.
One of the first interactions I remember of between American and the European comics was the Silver Surfer with Moebius and Stan Lee.
Right.
Yes.
Parable.
Mhm.
And I first got that book in the late 90s in a French library.
Nice.
I visited Paris in the late 90s and I found that book. I had never seen it before. And the format, the European format, is just a little oversized in relation to the American comic.
Right.
But I think the proportions are are even for both continents,
Right.
and that's interesting. Uh, and I don't think there was any other, at least any other major hit between American and European creators. I'm not sure about that.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, that's true.
Well,
Yeah.
you never. The other thing is the American book market is much bigger now than it was ever in the past. So that might open up for just publishing those albums
It's
directly.
global. Market is global nowadays.
Yeah.
The entire world is getting really globalized, right? In everything.
That's true.
Yeah.
Except we still can't figure out the metric system.
Yeah, it's base 10.
It's too easy for us, so we have to go the hard way.
That's right. Although I do find it rather amusing that the metric system is smaller gradient, so you can get more accurate measurements with everything except temperature in Celsius.
True, but they seem to manage without it.
Right. But it's like we're doing this
I've thought
for
that
Earth,
too,
what, like
Scott.
9/5 plus 32. Okay, how much is that in
Yeah,
Fahrenheit?
the thing is, we didn't choose arbitrary, seemingly arbitrary numbers to indicate the point of fusion and
Freezing and all that. Yeah.
yeah.
Boiling point.
Yeah, 0 and 100. They sound like perfectly measurable units. Saying
Right.
wet 30,
A good
wet
way.
32 and 212.
And if we had a British guy in this conversation, you would be talking weight in terms of stones.
That
True.
always, I can
And
never figure that one out.
That's another dimension
Sounds what,
of
like
metric
15
system.
pounds, I think. Something.
Oh, a stone is like 30 something pounds, I think.
Okay. Or
Yeah, it's a
35
lot,
kind of thing.
but I don't know
Yeah.
how much.
But Gus brought up a good point. If I was to visit Paris and I went to a band dessinée shop, not only would I be like a kid in a candy store drooling over all these things I could get, I would also be frustrated because I could go back home and realize, why don't we have books like this?
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
There are some amazing comic shops in Paris. At least.
Oh, I'm sure
Man.
those in France and
Oh,
Belgium
don't even.
would have a field day.
Oh yeah.
But you don't even need to
Yeah.
go to a comic shop. Any
Bookshop.
any
Or
mega
a bookstore.
any mega store, any bookstore or a mega store, they have comics, everything.
Yeah.
And it's like 50% manga now.
Yeah.
Well, they have Titan has been publishing the Druillet, I never pronounced his name correctly, books, and I don't get a sense they're getting any traction here. So I don't. And
Enough though
you
that they
can't
keep
get much better
publishing
than
them, though.
that, you know.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Yeah.
sorry, Terrence.
Sorry, and enough that they keep publishing them though. You know what I mean? Like they
True,
didn't
but-
just do one volume and say pack it in. They did a bunch of volumes, even one that was incomplete. And then I think Salambo is what it was, and showing some kind of like sketches, some incomplete art. So it's popular enough that they're going even to that length, right, to publish that
I don't
stuff.
find them at shops though. I usually have to order them online.
Right, I
That's
hear you.
true.
Yeah, I order them
You
through
know?
my bookstore.
I don't remember who the English language publisher was, but there are some really nice Sergio Tappi compilations that are out now.
Shit,
But
yeah, there
most-
are.
Yeah, but most mainstream bookstores, that's a special order. You're not usually going to see it on a bookstore shelf here.
Right.
Hmm.
Something needs to break through and really get the attention of the general reading publishing world in the US to then make them say, well, what else is there like this?
It's called taste, and that's a very hard barrier to break.
Oh man, but
It's,
I mean, because
Sergio Top
it's
is
company
not being
Magnetic is who
re-edited
does
in
the Topi
Portugal.
stuff.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was just talking about. That.
Yep.
Who's the publisher on that, Terrence?
Magnetic,
Okay.
and then a
I
forward by
want
David
every
Mack.
single
So
one of those in that series.
there's your North American influence there.
Mhm.
That's fantastic.
Yeah.
Get that variant
Okay,
cover
guys,
guy who did that girl.
Are you hitting the wall, Paulo?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to wrap this up. It's 3 a.m.
Well, thank you
So-
very much for opening up your channel to us.
No problem. It
Yeah,
was
it was
my
awesome.
pleasure.
Enjoying.
It was a great opportunity, and I thought, man, if I have a free day, let's spend the entire day doing a video. And whoever wants to jump on, they can.
Sounds good.
Okay.
You should do something like that.
It's good to
more
see you. Good to see
Yeah.
you, fellas.
often. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. So I want to
That's
thank
what
everyone
you do.
who I want to thank everyone who jumped in and everyone who was in the chat for staying for over 4 hours here. I definitely won't be doing this every week, but yeah, every once in a while, let's go crazy and do a marathon. And as usual, everyone is invited.
Maybe Gore Vidal will jump on next time.
Yeah, face reveal.
We need to see at least his hand.
Hey, I'm working on it. I'm working on it.
Okay. Well, good night, everyone, and we'll see you
Later.
when we see you.
Bye.
Bye.